for a clarification. It's a very interesting panel here. And I just wanted to say that in the course of the study on climate governance architecture, which was mentioned before by Shamil, we have also looked in the options of supporting the future scientific expert council, including the potential institutional setups and the secretariat functions. We have also been supporting the drafting of the resolution for the scientific council. And here it was now presented that GTO is or the Green Transition Office is the solution for the secretariat. And it's true, it's one solution. I would like to emphasize that, but in any case, several solutions are conceivable, including a role for the Ukraine Climate Office as an independent and neutral body. And here I would like to say it's important to note that no final decision has been taken yet. And I believe it's essential that such decisions are made in an open and inclusive manner, and they reflect both the institutional mandates and the broader governance vision Ukraine is aiming for. So I would like to see also the question we had before about the local level, that this study on climate governance architecture, which was done, and the advisory bodies is discussed within the government and also with stakeholders, and then we will see how the decisions will be made. It's no question, just a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Yes, no. Далі я перейду на українську.
And I speak Ukrainian again. And we get to the next presentation that will come from Roman Nitsovich. And he will talk about the place of the National Energy and Climate Plan and how it fits in the net zero transition. And he will be talking about monitoring implementation. So Roman, you have the floor, and Roman represents Dixie Group.
Thank you very much. Greetings to all of participants here on Viva and online. So colleagues have started speaking about the architecture, and I have just to repeat that the National Energy and Climate Plan that we have and the whole climate strategy here, the energetic strategy, these are the results, are the products of the specific cycle of policy that starts from the analysis of the results of the policy that we have right now. We are speaking about the goals, about the actual implementation, the monitoring, and through that, we can move on to the next cycle. And that's why right now we're speaking about the cycle renewing of this document. And here it's National Energy and Climate Plan is also not the exception. So this laws were created in the 2018 according to the specific regulation, clear energy for all the Europeans, and it was the part of the energetic specific association in Ukraine, and ECP has also become the part of the long-term strategy, and also it is a part of Ukrainian facility, and later it has become one of the climate plans, and the role of such a document is integration, is the kind of joining of different policies and unification. So the policy here is to create this matrix of goals and to do this middle term planning, to create coordination. And it actually helps us to identify the needs, to strengthen the international cooperation here, and so on and so forth. So it's just short view on all of the main objectives and indicators. So we do not create anything new. We just adapt to the existing policies and measures. But the goal of an ECP is to create the specific goals, and we also have the analytical part where we have the modeling and where we try to understand if with the policies and measures that we have right now, the scenario in the scenarios that we have in the existing scenarios and also in the additional scenarios, can we get to the real goals? And if we are not getting these goals, what we can do about it? So as of today, the process of implementation looks like this way. So after the really fast creation of this body, we have created the specific task force that will have the meetings regularly and speak about the implementation, about the particular pitfalls that we have here. So to support the implementation, we work with the Office of Green Transition and also the program of Dixie Group. I'll speak later more about our independent monitoring here. So even take into account that actually the Energy and Climate Plan was created not so long ago, we still have the obligation to create the comprehensive actual reporting, and in really fast way we have created the documents to actually take into account all of the rules and regulations of the EU. It was a really comprehensive process, and on the 15th of March this year, we have given all of the reports, and they actually concentrate on policies and on the goals. So I also speak about it in more detail later. So we have the project of particular regulations on the renewing on some goals. So we are creating right now the proposals how to renew the process that we have right now, because the resolution of Cabinet of Ministers shows that we need to submit all the proposals. And right now we have war and lots of things like even like Energy and Climate Plan needs to be actually made relevant, take into account all of the war realities, take into account also new regulatory acts, new regulations, and take into account the climate architecture development. So we don't have everything that is stable here right now. So we are renewing as the number of policies, the number of acts which we try to do. We are conducting new modeling for both scenarios. We conduct meetings with the experts from government, and we are waiting to have this public discussion stage when everyone could actually look at the new version of document and add their own comments and proposals. So the resolution by Cabinet Ministers of Ukraine, the Cabinet Ministers started looking at this proposal at the end of this year, and we actually need to go through this process, and together with the partnership organizations of civic society, I hope that we will be able, on this stage of public discussions, we'll be able to actually show some policies in a more qualitative way and to improve the document itself. So if we speak about our independent monitoring, so don't confuse it with the monitoring that was done by the Green Transition Office, because this office helps the ministry, and we can criticize the policies even more and the team of the office. So we are not waiting for the finishing of all the regulatory acts to be implemented. We are doing it right now. So on all of the policies, you can see some indicators. So you see the main progress here. So we need to understand that this document also involves the existing policies and targets that are being attached, and also the planned progress. So That's what is written in the regulations of European Union, and is how the logic looks like. So the high scores of implementation is not because everything is great, but because of the fact that some of the policies actually work right now. We understand that the dynamics from the quarter to quarter, we see some progress. And of course, we are happy about it. But of course, the progress is not unified, and we try to track it through the public media and also different requests that we send. And also some insights or some specific things, we do not take them into account. We only take into account the documents that we can get publicly. So taking a look into the progress, we see that it's really being made. So the first scheme that you see is on the second quarter of the year. So right now we're creating the third quarter of the year report. So if we are speaking about how we can implement it during a war, we have seen that the actual impact of war, of course, we see it, but we still are able to work without taking it into account. So some of the policies are not available and could not be implemented in the martial law, but some of the policies could be made even faster if we are speaking about the creation of distributed generation of electricity, for example. So if I'm speaking about some normative legislation plans, we also can do it right now. So what war actually affects is the financing, is the different resource that we have, is the implementation of capital-intensive projects, for example, interconnectors, different network infrastructure, small grids, and so on. We also have the deficit and shortage of material, technical resource, financial resource, and human resource. Also lots of risks that make the investment not that great. So all of the materials will be sent to you, and you'll be able to take a look at all of our documents. Apart from monitoring, we also deal with special topics that needs to be looked into in more detail. So it helped us with the creation of the actual new edition. So each of the actual editions has different links to some tables, and you'll be able to take a look on the tables and understand how each of that policy actually works. So we have this kind of argumentation here. So if we are speaking about the integrated progress report that was provided by our sector, and we are speaking not only about the objectives, about the targets, about policies and measures, but about the path we're going on according to the strategies that we have. So if we speak about renewable generation, we have the completely other schemes, we have other researchers, and while we were preparing this report, there was a problem with data because there is no statistics. We don't have data on some regions, and the part of information are also classified because of the security reasons. Also, but all the information is also being renewed constantly, and it was really complicated to prepare the information by our colleagues. And also the restrictions when we are speaking about financing and some financial constraints. And I'm sorry, I'm finishing. So when we are speaking about the next steps that we can do about the updating, we are getting ready to the climate law to have the particular agenda so that there will be preparation procedure that will be approved, because in 2029 we will need to create a new version of the energy and climate plan with the 2040 on horizon, and colleagues from the Office of Green Transition, we also plan to support the government with implementation and with coordination. We are also awaiting some feedback on the reporting that we have, and also it will help us to actually improve the implementation of the plan, and also the dashboard that was mentioned. It's also in our plans. From our point, we will continue working with actual independent monitoring. So we will create the stereo pictures, so it won't be limited only by dashboard, and we will see all of the aspects. So on this point, I want to thank you for your attention. I hope that I have taken your time. So we are moving on to the next presentation. So this presentation will be really informative, and it will be new, actually, as far as I understand. So we'll speak about sectoral decarbonization studies, and I will pass floor to Mykola Shlapak, the experts with the climate change and climate policy and green transition. So I will ask you to get the presentation on the screen. Thank you very much. Good day to all of you. I will try not to take lot of your time. I'll just speak about the main things here. So today's morning, I was told that climatic neutrality is would be achieved. So we just need to run there. So Ms. Natalia has highlighted that that's what we need, because it will be the important part of European integration. And we need to answer the question how to get there, and where to run, and which path to take. So right now, Ukraine, in course of tens of years, have shown the actually different reports on the particular different climate changes and different emissions that we have, and we right now understand the situation that we have and to which situation we can move on. But when we are speaking about the goal for future, so the goal that we have right now up till 2030 to 2035, that will be presented the next week, and there will be the document with the goal for 2035. We know only the some of the parts of what we have actually here, and we are speaking about millions of tons of equivalent of CO2. So the more to the future we go, the more we don't understand how we can reduce these emissions and what the emissions will be exactly, and how we can get to this climate neutrality. So this end point is also really uncertain, because the climate neutrality is kind of balanced with the emissions that will still be in other sectors, and will be kind of emissions that will be taken by soil, by forest. Like in the end, the sum should be zero, but how we can form this goal, we also don't understand. So it will be done differently in different countries, and we should take into account the structure of economy of different countries. So in Ukraine, agriculture plays a really important role, and is the sector in which it's really hard to actually lower the emissions. And there will be a lot of residual emissions in the agricultural sector, and we will need to compensate them, and also in some other sectors. Taking that into account to give the answer how we can move on to the climatic neutrality, the Office of Green Transition works on the sectoral studies. And right now we see three main steps. So first step is for each of the key economic sectors that are actually greenhouse gas emitters. We need to create the identification of potential greenhouse gas emission reductions. One of the main elements of such studies is to create a kind of range of reducing of emissions according to their price. So how we can actually reduce the greenhouse emissions. And on the second step, we're speaking about the synthesis of national actual carbon budget that we have here, and that will actually show the way of economy to the climate neutrality. So the three main issues on each of the sectoral researches, sectoral studies, it's what the potential is, how this potential could be got, and what is the price of this neutrality, and how we can actually connect the different measures with the climatic goals that we have, and it will be one of the key sources. So each of the international financing in this or that way will become the climate financing, taking into account the priorities of the countries. So this is kind of illustration of the marginal cost curve for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So the height shows the actually price and the potential. So in each sector, you see what technologies are existent. So where technologies are lower than zero, so we can see that there are some good business cases, but they have other obstacles, maybe not economical, with which state should work. And also technologies that will be to the right of this scheme. These are technologies that should not be the priority because they are too pricey. And maybe for them, we need to invest into the scientific projects to maybe reduce their price.
This is example of a curve on the basis of agricultural sector. And here you can see different potential, different cost, and we analyzed about 20 technologies. And this is the illustration how it looks in practice. Further on, I would like to talk about carbon budget. We have already heard such a term in the morning. And this term may be used in different contexts. So this is actually a certain amount of emissions that can exist if you still reach certain goals. So globally, and also IPCC uses this term at the global level. So how much emissions the humanity can afford in order to keep global warming within 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius. And at the same time, the term is used by different countries, in particular by the UK. And at the national level, it also shows certain limit of greenhouse gas emissions by the economy of the country. And this is the level of emissions that still enable you to reach long-term goals. For example, net zero goal till 2050. So the UK has already developed the 7th carbon budget. And it presupposes big analytical researchers engaging dozens of people and experts. There are different experts, private and consulting companies, developing separate models of such researchers. And again, we have the very carbon budget and a detailed methodological document explaining all the approaches, and also additional set of data. And we have net zero goal for Great Britain till 2050, and we have the trajectory how this goal can be achieved. And every carbon budget reduces the upper limit of greenhouse gas emissions and shows the detailed structure. What are the technologies and what are the events and measures that will enable Great Britain to go from the current level to net zero level in 2050? And you can also see it with a breakdown in terms of sector. And I have chosen the waste sector because now we started sectoral research on waste sector and wastewater treatment sector in Ukraine. Here you see historical figures regarding the sources. For example, we have wastewater treatment, incineration, landfills, composting, and you see how every source of emission will be reduced in future. And on the right, you can see what are the technologies that will enable us to reduce emissions in future. So you see similar approaches, similar researches that are being developed for the Ukrainian economy with a breakdown into those sectors. And finally, I would like to mention some more important topics. Any forecast of emissions, particularly emissions in future, will be definitely a bit uncertain, and they will be related to macroeconomic indicators, methodology of greenhouse gas emissions inventory in different sectors, different use of technologies. And for Ukraine, this uncertainty and indefiniteness is even higher during the wartime, because definitely we cannot be fully sure about the territory control, industrial facilities present in certain territories, the population on those territories, and economic growth rates, as well as many other factors. So our research focuses on the analysis of historical data, the starting point, the final point, and the measures that will enable us to go from the current state to the final point and will enable us to achieve net zero indicators. And so far, we do not focus on the very trajectory, so how quickly certain technologies and measures will be implemented. It is caused by this high level of uncertainty, and the trajectories will be developed on the level of synthesis of cross-sectoral research. And we shall have this unified document, carbon budget, that will be prepared after we cover all the sectors of economy that have high level of greenhouse gas emissions. That's everything from me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mykola. Unfortunately, we did not have lots of time for Q&A. Probably after the break, we shall have questions, so we'll be able to discuss. Here you see the researches on agricultural sector that is available at the website of Green Transition. Thank you very much, dear speakers. We have had a very nice session. And now we have lunch break till 2:15, and I encourage you to be to go if you want to go and have lunch in the university canteen. Please go right now in order to while the students still have classes. So if you have questions, probably you can keep them till 2:15, and at 2:15 we'll be able to answer your questions together with our speakers. I do hope our speakers will be with us. So we shall have the discussion and then we'll follow our agenda. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we resume our work and we just continue a bit with our previous session. I invite here Mr. Schlapak. Probably you have some questions, but now I will put my question. Mykola was talking about the need for research, for investments into research and innovations. So could you please tell us what are the researchers you are talking about? What are your priority researches? And as we are here at university, please tell us what are the majors, what are the jobs, the professions young people should go to? What do we lack? Please share your vision of this. Thank you, Anastasia. Regarding our research of the Office of Green Transition, researchers on decarbonization, they are supposed to cover the entire economy of Ukraine. This year, we have done a research on agricultural sector and on cement production in Ukraine. Now we start a research on waste sector, and it will cover waste handling and wastewater handling. I'm talking about both our household and industrial waste and wastewaters. We also start a research on the steel industry and other metal products. So logically, what is left are some other sectors, which will come next. We try to establish cooperation with some other projects and analytical centers at the international arena in order to quickly cover all the areas of economy: transport sector, energy sector, buildings, which will demand lots of energy resources. So transport, energy sector, and buildings will cover the biggest part of emissions and probably will do some targeted researches. As far as universities are concerned, we have a special direction on cooperation with academic community, in particular universities. And we work on development of curricula. This project is at the initial stage, and Shamil, in his presentation, illustrated really well what we actually need, the agencies or the institutions, but we have to be aware of the fact that behind this slide is the need for hundreds of people, hundreds of experts, which we definitely lack here in Ukraine. We cannot just establish the institutions and by a wave of a magic wand, it will work. No, we have to train and to educate hundreds of people, and the entire industry, which is called sustainability. We feel the demand for such experts in the banking sector and some other sectors. Also, such experts are needed in international assistance projects. So there are specific requests and specific vacancies for positions for which we lack experts in Ukraine. And yes, it is related to universities and curriculum. So we have to integrate such a specialty as environment and environment protection into current curricula and some other modern courses that will cover such issues as European integration, corporate administration in the area of sustainable development. In foreign universities, there are special master's program on sustainability or on some other issues. So these are specific programs where people study in order to later work in these areas. Unfortunately, we do not have such programs in Ukraine, but we are ready to establish cooperation with any university, be it on the level of separate training courses or creating special curricula. This is something that will need on the way to European integration, and this demand for such experts will really be growing. Thank you very much. This is an important message that we have to develop this thing. We have to close this educational gap and train experts in this area. Once again, I would like to remind you that you can write your question in the chat. And now we have one of the researchers on the screen. The research Mykola is working on with coordination of Eco Action NGO. Just 1 week ago, there was a new iteration of this research, and this is about calculation of greenhouse gas emissions or climate damage due to the military combat actions. And here we have the statistics. So if we have, for example, take CO2 equivalent tons, it will be 237 million equivalents. And this is 43 billion US dollars of carbon cost. And I would like to ask Mykola to provide comment on this research part of this document. So how you collected data and give us a bit more information about this, because this is a unique, unprecedented research. The group of researchers have developed a methodology how we can calculate climate damage or climate harm caused by military conflicts. And this resonates well with our reality. We have already discussed that the war prevents us on our way of net zero. So probably this is one of the most relevant researches under our circumstances. Yes, thank you. That initiative started with the work of several experts, both Ukrainian and foreign ones. And these are foreign experts somehow who are related to Ukraine. So at the beginning of war, we started collecting data on the amount of emissions and the influence on the climate caused by combat actions. So in the process of doing this research, we were trying to develop and elaborate the approaches to this work. And every new iteration of research expanded the areas covered. And actually, the final researches include calculation of emissions caused by military actions, fuel consumption, for example, technology and logistic systems. The armies need hundreds of thousands of fuel tons. We are also talking about ammunition and explosives, the production of which requires materials and substances that produce greenhouse gas emissions. This is also military vehicles, tons of steel that requires energy and that also produce significant amount of emissions, and constructions of fortification that requires steel and concrete. So if we are talking about direct emissions caused by military actions, the big part are emissions from destruction of infrastructure. And we have to reconstruct and recover those buildings, and construction is steel and concrete. And again, this is about big emissions. So the general amount is so big that it can be compared to the emissions of certain small countries. So we are talking about several hundreds of million CO2 equivalents. And all the emissions in Ukraine now are approximately like this. We also have indirect impact. For example, The cover page of the report shows a screen from the flight radar, and it shows the impact on aviation. Lots of flights have been redirected, started using some other routes, and as a result, we have additional greenhouse gas emissions. This is related to the closure of Ukrainian aerial space, as well as the closure of Russian space for foreign airlines. And it's about lots of aviation routes. So these are the categories we worked with, and on the basis of this experience, we have prepared some general guidelines that summarize the approaches to calculating emissions caused by military actions. And some of these emissions are not inventorized. By the way, I have forgotten to mention significant emissions caused by fires. If we look at the map of fires during 2022, 2024, we clearly can see the front line, and it is related to both direct impact from explosions and ammunitions and some other sources that can cause fires. And also it is related to the fact that in the combat area, there are no opportunities to respond to those fires and to put them out. So we have huge areas of agricultural lands, forest areas, steppe areas that have suffered from fires for these 4 years of war. And as a result, we have significant greenhouse gas emissions, which are not inventorized and are not included into reporting because the national emission inventory includes only data from national statistics, while all those fires are not part of statistical forms and later are not inventorized. Thank you very much. Thank you for telling us about the research. And this research, once again, is really significant, crucial, and I encourage you to read the research, the full version complete version of it, because it covers everything from fires to recovery and reconstruction. And this is something we discuss, how we can make it more sustainable and eco-friendly. Thank you very much once again. And we start our next session. And now I would like to give the floor to my colleague Anastasia, and she will introduce our next speakers. Thank you very much. I'm also Anastasia, and we proceed. The next topic we would like to discuss is the topic of decarbonization in two important sectors. This is transport and heating sector. So now I would like to invite here the expert in the area of transport, Natalia Volek, who represents EcoAction NGO.
Good day to all of you. So right now we will speak about the transport sector and the key points about the transport actually in two main aspects. So it's the aspect of communal transport of cities and also the cargo shipping. So speaking about the first point about the communal transport, it's really important for all of the cities in the world. If we speak about city mobility, how people could get from the housing to the place of work to the place of entertainment and relaxation. And of course, it's really important for Ukrainian cities in the context of renovation and rebuilding. So here you can see two main points about Kyiv. So we have more private vehicles in the cities. and take into account that the public transport before the full-scale invasion was not really successful. And right now it has even less opportunities for development. And because of the fact that it's not really reliable, it's not very comfortable, because of different factors, people just choose private transport, and it creates lots of problems, and it creates lots of different challenges. So where will be new, for example, regions, new districts, where will be more actual damages to the roads, and we need to improve the city mobility so that part of problems will be just mitigated with the public transportation. And also, if we speak about the emissions from the public transportations, you also can say us and to remember electric vehicles, but it's not the universal thing, because they also need to be parked somewhere. There's also metal that is being heated and actually creates this greenhouse effect. And we need to understand that also electric vehicles have tires that also generate these hard particles. So we are advocating for the improvement of public transportation sphere, and also light private transport like bicycles, scooters, and so on. So there were parts of problems there. So in general, why we're speaking about it, because we have already mentioned Paris Agreement, and also we have the EU regulation about the reform of actually society important transportation, and it's one of the markers of Euro integration that we need to improve. And also we need to sign the legislation and to create this reform of the main functionality of public transportation. And you speak about national transport strategy that was signed the last year. Also, the part of the strategy was there that was attached to the decarbonization process. And one of the elements of this strategy and the way to creating these goals is the creation of the plans of sustainable urban mobility. And this plan should be created by communities with more than 50,000 citizens. And speaking about a specific point of public important transportation, what is the main thing here is that there should be the competitive basis for contracts with carriers, because right now this process does not operate on a normal level. And apart from that, so that's the basis. So we also need to have the clear compensation formula for carriers. We need to have transportation in work, and for the actually users, there should be environmentally friendly and energy efficient transport, and stable connection between different communities, and also should be predictable. Also, speaking about the competition and compensation, the key thing here is that right now the municipalities, the local authorities, they can create competitions for specific routes for carriers, and different communal or private carriers should have the specific requirements of competitions, and these requirements are being created by the municipality. Speaking about the vehicle itself, the actually number of vehicles on the particular route, and also take into account the schedule. So taking all of that into account, we choose the company and the local governance and the executive power there actually takes a look at the public transportation sphere here, and they also have the authority to stop them from doing the public transportation if they does not work according to the requirements. So speaking about the particular routes that municipalities create the competition for, there could be opportunity for communal and private carriers to get there. Apart from the fact if it's profitable for the transportation or not. So there could be some very not profitable routes, for example, from school to some social service center. And there will be lots of people who do not pay for their transportation because of their social status. And in this case, the municipality should compensate to the carrier the lack of actual income that the carrier could have gotten on other routes. So we go into other thing here. Important is transparency in works. So we have the mechanism of actual cashless payment and other points that will help the municipality to understand how what is the quality of carrier, how much money did it make, and what was the expected income. And for the carrier, it will help to understand how often the route is being used by people, how many kilometers the drivers have passed, and for carriers also the opportunity to look at the state of vehicles and to take maintenance measures if needed. And also for the end user is the opportunity to get the transportation of high quality with buses with low flooring or trolley buses with low flooring. And also that's the level of service that is in European countries. So we have actually researched the examples of 3 countries, of 3 capital cities of countries that have the similar socialistic past and also problems with different public transportation. So in Budapest, they decided what is actually important here. So each of the regulations should be passed, but the municipalities can change them a bit according to their own needs. So that gives them more actually flexibility, speaking about the functionality of the public transportation. So in Budapest, they have created a separate communal enterprise, the carrier. And on the first stage, this the contract with this company was signed for 2 years, and that allowed the city to understand in general and to redistribute the infrastructural logistics in the city for the passengers. So in the course of a few years in the city, instead of old cars, buses, really inconvenient, they have new buses, modern ones. And if you take into account the buses specifically, they have the newest models with low flooring, with new ecological standards. Speaking about gasoline, but right now there are also changes on trolley buses and tram level, and the level of satisfaction of customers has raised after this change of public transportation. So what Ukraine can take from it, and each of the cities of Ukraine can take from this experience of this transit process of actually change. Each of the cities can understand, they have the opportunity to understand what model is actually good for them. And these businesses can adapt to new needs of the market. And also for businesses, that's the opportunity to renew their transportation, to buy new vehicles, to adapt the transportation that we have right now. In Riga, up till 2020, there were also buses, private buses, and also buses, communal buses. But 2020, the Riga authorities have decided to actually stop cooperation with private carriers. And it was the great window of opportunities because there were less passengers. And for the actual customers, the spirit was they were really calm with taking into account all this process. So in the process of actually refusing private carriers, the public transportation, the private carrier was public carrier was looking at the transportation that they have, and they adapted the transportation they have to the routes of the private carriers. So what we have here, taking into account the transportation itself, so that not all the public transportations. So in order not to change the whole routes and not to change the customer behavior, we have the opportunity, for example, to work with trolley buses and for them to actually change a bit of change the route a bit. So and to take actually customers from other location, so that we will be able to actually take people who didn't have route earlier, and also generally for the passengers, the time of movement from different points it does not change, and actually their habits, their transportation habits also does not change. And also another model is in Tbilisi. So they have at the same time the private and public transportation. So blue ones are the actually private transportation, and green is the public transportation. So the difference is only in the color. So taking into account the quality and the transport itself, the state, they have air conditioning, they have lots of different information boards and different system of payment. They are the same basically here. So this model can exist in Ukraine, like the coexistence of public and private transport operators. So for us, it's really useful because right now the public transport operators, they don't have enough drivers that can go and drive on specific routes, but the private transport operators, they have lots of drivers, and we need to actually involve more drivers into doing this public transportation. And the lessons of Tbilisi we can also take in them into account. And one important thing is the updating of transportation was being made able with the help of international funds, and we also can discuss it with the transport operators of Tbilisi. We can have a conversation with them how to redistribute the costs of municipalities. Because according to the research that will be soon published from Bankwatch, they have analyzed how, to which extent right now the municipalities use the money from different programs and how effective it is. So these are the opportunities for development that we have right now. The next stage that we have here, speaking about the mobility and improvement of transportation in the context of lowering the emissions, we can speak about the introduction of a toll road system. So we also should be researching on electric mobility and development of alternative fuels. I also want to say that on all of these points in the Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories, there are lots of work being done, and we in the constant contact with them about development, sustainable solutions that will help us to make the number or lower of emissions. And these improvements will also support the logistical processes and support economy and actual development of Ukraine, and it's really important to mention. Speaking about the huge transport vehicles, yeah, take into account that the percentage of trucks is only 2% of all the vehicles on the roads of Europe, but take into account the emissions that they produce is 25% of all the emissions on transport. So it's really important to speak about the number that is being generated, and with the data on Europe, but also in the context of military, actually statistics, and we need to understand how logistics was changed because of the military invasion, and lots of actually cargo is being transported by specifically trucks there. So I also base my decisions here on the scenarios of tolling that was, and this research was done by the different organization, and we were looking into different tolling scenarios that are effectively operating in the European Union, and what which ones will be really useful for Ukraine. So the key thing here is that we are speaking about the payment for using roads only by trucks. So we are not speaking about making money on people who just drive roads. We are only speaking about the businesses and how they and their influence and the trucks. So apart from the emissions from trucks, we also have the problem that trucks they also being overloaded, and it also damages the road. And we don't have enough money in fund of roads, and the sum of money is lowering every day, and we have lots of problems with quality of roads. And we still have understanding that Ukraine should improve the roads to connect to European countries, and the system of tolling and paying for the road by trucks actually can help to find this finance and can to give it to the improvement of the roads themselves. So if we take into account the first statistics, so the tolling that is actually created for the trucks that weigh more than 12 tons, and they produce the actual income for the country for more than 200,000 euros. And also, if we give this toll for all the trucks that are more than 3 tons, it will also be high. We also have a model in Germany that has different categories of emissions or other factors that help to improve the number of actually tax that is going to the budget. And apart from that, it also encourages the company to take the trucks with better Euro standard, with less emissions, and also stimulates the logistical companies to create the logistical routes better, so that they can use less roads and optimize the transportation. And it also makes the actually lower if we speak about the emissions, and also what was mentioned in here in this system is that even with the creation of tolling for transport cargo, if we're speaking, for example, about different types of cargo for usage of customers, so this price will not change. And according to the data in Germany that was provided in Germany, so On the example of some general products, the price has raised only on 20 euro cents, and it could be just a small mistake in the GDP, because we could not take that into account. It's a great scenario and a great mechanism of how we can have more money in the country, and how to distribute this money according to the different strategic needs.
And in cooperation with other organizations, we have developed a roadmap on sustainable recovery, and we have encompassed 6 key sectors, including transportation. What is important is that these are solutions that can be implemented within a short period of time till 2027. And the public organizations that participated in the discussion are ready to provide support to the ministry. And you see that among from the things I have already mentioned, we are talking about the roads, development of public transportation, ensuring high quality public-private partnerships, and financial sustainability. To conclude, I would like to say that these are recommendations, but as NGO, we do not only create recommendations, but in fact, we are trying to cooperate with the Ministry of Development on transportation and improving mobility. We participate in the sessions of the working groups. We are engaged in the development of strategic documents, and we introduce our amendments to the draft laws. And we cooperate with the relevant stakeholders for all these things not to be just mentioned on paper, but to be implemented and changed. And we want to ensure high quality format. We try to avoid the situation when something is stated in documents and a totally different situation is in practice. In order to avoid situations like this, we are trying to become active on all the stages and assist with implementation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Natalia, for a very interesting and informative presentation. Now, we can cover your questions a bit later. And also, I would like to remind you that you may ask your questions in the chat. This is for our online participants. Now, I would like to discuss the next issue, and this is the possibility for district heating and challenges and opportunities. We shall also discuss tariff formation, role of renewable energy sources, and Mikhailo Lukyanik will be speaking on the topic. He is heating supply expert representing Eco Club. Just for you not to get bored, I'll probably tell you some context. Why do we need district heating and why we have to fight for this? How do I work with it? Currently, district heat supply consists of certain heat producers before the war, and these are the data from 2021, 2022. So this some part was, the biggest part was this state ownership, and there was private ownership, about 25%. Now the number of municipal enterprises has reduced and the number of private ones have increased. The heat is mainly supplied by the population. A bit it is also consumed by the buildings and the commercial enterprises, and for them the price is the highest. For example, in Rivne, for population, the price is 1900 for 1 gigacalorie, and for the commercial enterprises, it is about 10,000. And in some cities, the situation is totally different. For example, in Cherkasy, where we have the local authorities who are active, they managed to invest a lot into this area, and the commercial enterprises want actually to join the district heating because it is usually safe and sound. So they are interested in joining. But this is more an exception than a rule, because that's good that we have such a positive example in Cherkasy. And this is the utility company that has shown certain prospects for the nearest 10 years. But the enterprise is headed by the local deputy. It is definitely supported by the regional council, and they can have some grant monies and grant funds. But again, this is an exception. In the majority of cases, the situation is not that good. Natural gas generation before the war, it was 65-75%. Now it is 70-80%. Coal has reduced almost up to zero. Biomass. Now the state has given the possibility to export biomethane, because at the beginning of the war it was forbidden. And biomethane is expensive in comparison with gas, but it performs the same function. However, in Europe, it is environmental one, therefore it is bought very with great willingness. And we do not pay attention to something else, to the other ones. Now, dynamics of district heating consumption. We see that district heating consumption has decreased almost twice. That means we have twice less consumers. And that means that people disconnect from central heating, from district heating. Definitely they want to save, but the statistics also says that the number of consumers has decreased also twice. These are official data produced by USAID. They have a white book and it says exactly this. So what it says that people are use individual heating. For example, in Uzhgorod, this is the case for the entire city. And well, this is the decision of the administration of the city. So the city is fully disconnected from the district heating. And now we may ask, okay, so that's it. For example, we have an acting mayor in our city. Now there are two prices, one tariff that is paid and another price that is economically feasible. So when the moratorium is lifted, the price will be in place. And I tell him, so the moment the moratorium is off, people will disconnect. And he says, let it be. So that's serious. And there are 200 people present at the session. They just say, let them disconnect. It will be easier for us. And this is more of a political problem when the mayors do not understand the fact that district heating for the city may be a great resource and it can be actually profitable for the city. A couple of weeks ago, we visited Germany, the town of Bitterfeld. 30 years ago, they started working on district heating reform, and several years ago they finished it, and they have an enterprise. Well, that town was a coal industry support city, and the population actually left the city. The buildings were demolished because there were no people to live there. So why I mentioned this point? We had an excursion and we were brought to a swimming pool. Okay, 50,000 people population, and they have a huge swimming pool. And I asked the head of the heat supply enterprise who the swimming pool belongs to, a municipal swimming pool, and who actually maintains it, heat supply enterprise. So the budget is 300,000 profit, and more than 1 million is spent on it. Well, but this is heat supply, gas, and energy. Everything is just in one enterprise. So they do not have external supply of electricity. They are part of general electricity network, but they generate it themselves. They have cogeneration, wind energy, and solar energy, but they are autonomous. And they actually earn so much that they can maintain that swimming pool for the community. So this is our future in 10 or 15 years. This should be our future. So it is critically wrong to think that these enterprises are a burden. We have to save them. We have to help them. The point is that without those enterprises, green energy transition is just impossible. It's much easier to use heat pump or biogas installation than, for example, to have a heat pump in each and every flat. It's not a solution. I'm talking about individual heating. What about the solutions used in other countries? They banned it. If you want to install individual heat supply, you can do it only by means of a heat pump. So if you are not a part of district heating, you are supposed to have a heat pump. You cannot use gas boilers, individual gas boilers. Why it's not the case with us? So the dynamics is bad and it is still going down. And the key point for this is tariff policy. We'll talk about it a bit later. And now I would like to address two key issues in the industry. The first one is buildings, and the second one is producer and transportation. The buildings are old. Our buildings were built in 1960s, 90s. So we have old heating system, hydro elevators, and this is something that cannot work under modern conditions, cannot adequately generate the amount of heating needed by the building. The building may be underheated or overheated, but the modern system used abroad is a computerized system that has a switch. A switch measures the external temperature and either allows the heat or bans the heating to the building. Every building has its own circulation system. For example, I can regulate it in my flat. I do not want to have 21 degrees, but I want to have 15 degrees, right? And I will save some money. So the building system in Ukraine is far from perfect. It requires refurbishment and modernization and many other things. I'll get back to 2015. We had a gas reform at that time, when we had Yatsenyuk as prime minister. And at that time, we had the so-called heat loans. Till 2018, it was a huge program. People started modernizing their buildings, installing new windows, and so on and so forth. Rivne at that time was the leading city in Ukraine because I'm from Rivne. What happened in 2019? There was COVID and then the full-scale invasion, and now we have the moratorium. Since 2019, the Energy House program was launched. I was an advisor to this program. I know it pretty well. And a miracle happened. Every year, the number of applications was going down. Why? Because there was a moratorium. People didn't know what for they needed those heat loans if the price was not going up. In 2015, when the price was more or less was going up, people understood, people took loans, and return on investments period was very brief one. But now when the prices are not growing, why I should replace my gas boiler with a pump heat? Because the return on investment on pump heat in comparison with gas boiler is 35 years. I will probably wait for the a period when the price is growing. And the subsidy period, the people who have subsidies in Europe is about 15%. In Ukraine is about 5%. This is about why we have such situation with the heating. So buildings are problematic, and it seems to me that for the 6 years, less than 1,000 buildings applied for a certain serious refurbishment and modernization works. Before the war, there were from 180 to 100,000 multi-storied buildings that were in Ukraine. It means that less than 0.5%, just you should resolve this issue on your own. There is no money for you, just that. But tariff formation is something different. This is how the tariff was formed on the basis of certain rules. And in Ukraine, unfortunately, we have lots of rules. At least 2 key rules are important, on the basis of which heat producers may form their tariff. And the point is like this. If we do not go deep into the issue, the tariff formation is the following. As a producer, I'm not interested in my own modernization. I am interested in accumulating losses, because if I modernize myself, I will have to show this modernization, and next year I will have to reduce the tariff, or probably in 2 years I will have to reduce the tariff. So why I need to modernize myself to have less profit? I'd better accumulate losses, and I will show these losses, and I will be reimbursed for the losses. This is one problem. Another one is that there is no interest in energy efficient measures on the part of consumers. I want you to take more gas and more heat as consumers. 70% of the price is the price of gas, and 30% is the cost of electricity, labor force, probably some investments, and so forth.
So selling heating, we just transferring the gas at this point. So these enterprises start being profitable at the beginning of 2020. So in 2023, only Cherkasy has shown some income, but that was it. So in 2023, there was a change on actual prices to the gas on cogeneration. And for the enterprises that produce heating on heat generation, they are not interested in gas anymore. They're only interested in electricity, because the heat for electrogeneration is much makes better money than the boiling facilities. So, and electricity is 22% more effective. So what we have right now. So in Ukraine, we have lots of cogeneration facilities, and the price of gas for generation is on that level. So the actually facilities are not interested in producing heating. They are only interested in selling electricity at this point. And this way to get some money and actually save money, if we are speaking about the moratorium that we have here. The second thing is the equipment and uninsulated networks. So all of the equipment is really old, is outdated. So there are boiler rooms that have been working for 40 years. And I don't have the motivation to change it, for example. If there are some energetic directors that really want to change, they change all of the different aspects of boiler rooms and make them more effective. But on some of them, they can be effective for 60%, but other boiler rooms where some motivated directors that have changed something, they can have the effectiveness of 95%. On the enterprises where no one has done nothing with the networks, for example, in Dnipro, like we have 50% or 30% of losses. But in Zhytomyr, it's 6-7%. You see the difference. And all of that affects the tariff, actually, the calculation of tariff. We get to the point, so if the moratorium will be stopped tomorrow, so tariff will be from 1,700 to 2,300. And in Cherkasy, the raise will be like 20% in Dnipro, and in Dnipro, it will be 150-200%. So that is the situation in which we are going to. So we just say to people, you have paid 1,000 hryvnias, and right now you need to pay 2,500 because it's the October 2026. It's the last months when Ukraine should cancel moratorium because we won't see any more money. So what will lead it into? So effective enterprise that has done something, it won't change anything for them. They will be able to do something maybe with this problem. They can do some manipulations, but for the consumer, if I will need to pay like 700 hryvnias more, it will be right. It will be it. But in Rivne, I had the highest tariff, and in lots of cities there were really high tariff, and after the moratorium it will be much higher even then. And as a result, we need to just to limit this price raising, or just to make the houses with individual heating, and there will be lots of queues to get some gas boilers in their own apartments. And there are also scenarios that could be possible. Why is that? Because tariffs are being introduced by the local council. Before that, there were different facilities that did some checks, did some revisions, but right now nothing is being done. So right now we don't have such a check mechanism. And local governance just create the tariffs that we need. And that's it. And this, what communal enterprise will write in this document. So we have these two problems. The old networks, the actually unisolated networks, the tariff settings are all interconnected. So in order to create the correct system of tariffs will motivate, will actually support the customer not to like to be secured from these money manipulations. And the only difference in Ukrainian cities is the number of sums of money they manipulate with. So the system right now is really demotivating for the enterprises to do anything. So they don't have where to get money. So I go to the bank, and bank shows us to show the income. And I say, I have a moratorium, I don't have any income. I have income only 5 years ago, and bank will say me, how we can give you a loan if you don't have any income? And the last 5 years, the heating enterprises did not have any access to actual income and money. And only right now we're getting some grants or some investments that help us to get some loans on the guarantees of local budget, something like that. So actually, tomorrow there was a kind of event in Kyiv, and maybe enterprise will be able to work with such a mechanism, but it depends only on the enterprises that were successful in the last 10 years, that were actually doing something, that have counted their income and losses and so on. So it's speaking about the investments. And also the social habits, social behavior is only one complex issue that we have. So our citizens, of course, they think that the communal services should be really cheap. That is the paradigm that we think about. So Soviet Union has said to us that the price should be low, and right now we still think about it. So in Germany, one of my friends, he used for 2 20 liters more water than he was supposed to use, and he paid 2,000 euros a fee for that. Because everything is really actually pricey there, but we use a lot of actually communal services on a really high level. And I say that I will be, I don't know, go into the shower 3 times per day, even and take all of the hot water that I can, because why not? We were doing lots of technical researches on different equipment. If speaking about the heating pumps, and we have shown how actually hospitals that have project actually became profitable. So we need right now to take money for the producers right now. Why the prices like that here? Because earlier we have used boilers, and heating pumps are working only during summer. So the effectiveness of actual heating pump during summer, it gets 5 kilowatt of electricity. And we understand that for hospital, we can have it. And we also can put the medal for ourselves, because each of the rooms in hospital gets the hot water. And we had this great project there. So, okay, if we speak about consequences. So in the years of independence, nothing was changed, basically. So the consumers continue to receive poor quality services. In cities, they don't have hot water. People buy electric boilers. In the case of blackouts, it's really great when we don't have enough energy, and we use the most ineffective system just to wash my hair. It really makes no sense, because the systems right now works this way, that even in post of war, we encourage our customers use the energy inefficiently. You know, so in Rivne, we have hot water from December till April. That's it. Or like 4 months. And in these cities like Cherkas or some other cities, I think in Lviv, do you have hot water in Lviv? Centralized. I think you should have it. On one of our events, Miss Yaroslava, she is the deputy on economic relations. So some of the cities where something is being done, they have retained the system, and they don't forget about it. So traditionally, what is not really effective for a producer right now, because in Ukraine, if we stick to the technology, we have a 4 pipe system, and this system is not really effective because we need to change 4 pipes if there are some problems with them. Secondly, we need to insulate 4 pipes and change all 4 of them so that they will be effective. This third thing, so the actually producer of such heating water, they are being changed and refurbished during summer, and in summer they just don't work. They've been cleaned, and it also raises the corrosion. So in Europe, they just don't use this system. They left only 2 pipes for heating, and during non-heating season, they just not use the heating in summer, and they just take water from the heating system. So in summer, they don't need to have this heating system. They take hot water from that system, and this approach is much better because they don't need this pumping equipments that will raise the water for 14th floor, for example. They will just need the water from heating system. That will be it, and effectiveness is much higher there. So the price of gigacalorie is like 4,000. in Ukraine economically, if they do not reuse and use it in really inefficient way, it's like 3,000, 3,200. These are not really crazy numbers for them, for a European country that buys gas on the market prices. So that burns waste and so on. So it's natural that the number of the users that will just refuse using heating, centralized heating, it will create higher prices. So the less consumers I will have, of course, I also need to provide heating to them. But if you don't take money from lots of people, like in Ternopil, there is such a situation. They allowed the consumers just to stop using the centralized heating, and they only have 20% of all housing that has this centralized heating up till now. And they had lots of problems there because people who had centralized heating pay 50, 60 hryvnias per square meter, and people who don't have centralized heating, they pay nothing, and that's it. Like in December, before New Year, they just actually put the boiler. Why? Because well, there were houses nearby that had the centralized heating, so why do we need to put it? So in Kyiv, for example, if there will be one room like that, it will be all right. If there will be lots of apartments that will be disconnected, it will be a really big problem. And when the centralized, when this city, this particular apartment house won't pay much money to the budget, we can just say that we can shut him off from the centralized heating, and that's it. So in a case when we don't have investment, there will be lots of damages done, and it will be made higher. And it will lead to the raise of prices for gigacalorie, for example, of heating. Because we have really bad pipes right now, and changing of pipes to the insulated, it's not really economically viable decision to make, because the term of there and the payback was like 10 years, but with pipes, the payback has become 20 years. So the actual loans are becoming much higher. So the loans right now of all the state enterprise are getting higher. So after us, the enterprise, they still don't have some executive orders for the cities or towns, but there are some actually court decisions made. So take into account the actually unavailability of money, of difference that has been paid. It could just block the accessibility and work of all the enterprises. And what they can do about this, that's a really great question. So speaking about general energy, so if we speak about renewable source of energy, why do we need to work with that? So one of the head of my enterprise will say, I will never refuse using gas if the gas will cost me like 10 hryvnias. Why should I refuse it? So we have some alternative energy, but the part of this alternative energy does not take lots of customers and does not give lots of income. So taking this price of gas, taking this moratorium, it just stops the specific usage of actual renewable source of energy in this particular sphere of heating. So in we can just provide the heating and make a lot of money of them. So Lithuania just make a lot of money on cogeneration. So Germany uses for 90% the sun collectors, and actually make money on that. And when the sun is given heat, they just create the accumulation for 100 degrees and just give this water to the consumers. And if it's not enough, they can just turn on the cogeneration. So it's a really pricey solution, but in the process of actual implementation, when it should be operable for 50 years, this decision is really interesting and it's really great. Of course, we need some initial investments. So let's now speak about the actual sad things. So the sphere right now is really big discrepancy right now. So what we need to have, so we don't have any systemic decisions. We have some lowly decisions that are in Ukraine, and some of the enterprises show really great results. And some cities, it's Черкаси, Житомир, Вінниця, Хмельницький, some parts of Chernihiv, Lviv also is not that bad. Also Zviagely has some great results. Kamyanets-Podilsky. So there are cities that have started modernizing the system. But from which funds? So with the money from local funds, also from the grant money. And this motivation is not economical. This is the individual motivation. It is the actually motivation of the directors of enterprises, but it's not the motivation from the system that should stimulate the producers to do these changes. So on these enterprises, there are lots of things being introduced. Lots of the heads have gone with us to Lithuania, to Poland. They have gone to the facilities and say that for that money they could make a lot of enterprises. So what can we do right now? So up till the fourth quarter, we need to get ready the population to the fact that the tariff will be higher. And actually, government is really afraid of that. They are really afraid of social unrest that will be there. So the civic activists will do that. So we are creating the communication strategy. Maybe after that, we will be able to be on the topic when civic society speak about the rising prices, but we are speaking about the tariffs that will be rising. But prices could be lower if there will be some energy efficient opportunities done. So what you pay, it does not equal tariffs. So the actual price is how much heat you take, but with the help of energy efficient methods, we can actually make the heating we produce lower and the emissions also. So with that, when we actually make the tariffs on the same level, we just not allow the system to walk on, and we are not allowing the system to modernize. So we need to get ready the people to the fact that tariffs will be rising. So after that, there won't be any compensation and any program of modernization. So this year they have just excused us. The next year, that won't be like that.
We have to change the tariff formation system. Now we have two models. It may be one part, one-time payment when people pay only in winter, and two-time payment when people pay in summer and in winter. But while the enterprises have their costs, and therefore the expenditures are divided into variable and constant. And those that have the two-time payment model show much better results. There is an enterprise in a city where the population is 200,000 people, and the head said, if it were not for this two-part payment, I would suffer from losses. But now, owing to this system, I have 42 million profit, and I will not show it to the state. I will invest it somewhere. So the model has proved itself, it is a working model, and this is something that does not require any expenditures. You take it and you use it. Politically, it is not good because you have to explain people that you have to pay for something in summer, but people also pay for gas in summer. And here the situation is just the same. Market monopolization. Yes, the market is actually monopolized. There are just a couple of producers in big cities. So we are talking about direct monopoly. And I will not, I cannot come to your house because there will be a scandal. So it's very difficult to enter the market for competitors. For example, for competitors with green energy. And there were precedents in certain cities when the competitors were just pushed out of the market using some tools. And currently, the lawmakers didn't open market entry for investors, investments and loan monies. So there are some programs, for example, in Bank, Shadow Bank, and Gas Bank, and through EB directly. We'll see how these programs will be launched. The bank say they will be very good. There are some lower percentage interest rates, sometimes there are grants, but I think the banks probably will require certain guarantees or even certain pledges or securities. And well, we have to review the gas price and we have to achieve the market standards. What the market says, there is an enterprise, I buy 100,000 cubic meters and the house buys 100 cubic meters, then my price should be significantly lower than for you. And this is the situation in the world. The more I buy, the less I pay. These are normal market conditions. And this will lead to the fact that individual heating will probably not be less competitive as district heating. It will be less popular. Unfortunately, our country still doesn't have any statistics on domestic gas poisonings. So we do not have these statistics, how many people died from this. But according to some statistics, these deaths are quite significant. The number of such deaths is significant, and actually one of the causes is individual boilers. Targeted subsidies is another tool that can protect us from social unrest or social protests. The subsidies should be something easy. I have already mentioned it that we have about 5% of people who get subsidies in Ukraine, or probably even less. And the normal figure is considered to be up to 15%. This is the European practice. I remember those subsidies, and there were about 30% of people getting subsidies. Last year, there were probably 2 people out of 80 flats having subsidies. This is personal experience. If we take Lithuania, renewable sources of energy and heat produced from renewable sources of energy is a priority. And this heat should be bought, first of all. For example, if I use heat pump or if I use some other effective solutions, for example, I incinerate waste, then my heat should be bought first of all, and fossil fuel heat should be bought later. So in this way, the state stimulates demand for green heating. Heating market, we can talk a lot about it, and it seems to me all people have different visions how it can be developed. When we get together with different experts, we usually have lots of arguments. For example, in Germany, there is no heating market. Well, it is available, but only in big cities, and it is quite fragmented, and I would say a bit static, like a jelly dish. But in Lithuania, this market exists. And for example, in Vilnius, the heat price is regulated. In Kaunas, it is not regulated. The market determines it. And for you to know, the market has managed to reduce the price over the recent years, and it was owing to the competition. They have a sort of a stock exchange. Everybody supplies the amount to this exchange, and then everybody defines how much one can buy. We do not have it. Probably we'll have it in future. Let's believe in it. And that's everything I wanted to say. Here you have some information about our organization. We have lots of colleagues. Please join us. I like cooperation with different organizations and different partners. When it is about promoting certain political decisions, for example, now we want to promote lifting of moratorium, and well, people are afraid to cooperate with us. Well, this is life. Here you see our information. Here are our partner cities. We cooperate with lots of communities. This is my contact information. The presentation will be available with Eco Action. These are our constant partners. So I'm ready to answer your questions because I will not stay with you later. Yes, now I will give the mic. So you were talking a lot about the way we are going to insulate the cities, but what suggestions do you have for villages? They use gas or coal? Well, I use gas myself, so heat pumps are not for us. Have a look what I did in 2020s. So I have gas boiler and I have a wood boiler. Now there is a nice solution. Solar batteries or accumulators, and the combination, the solar batteries for heating water will be really good, particularly in the period when we do not have heating. So I insulated the house, and the price for heating dropped twice. So I do not have any solutions that do not require any actions. Well, it's not about it. You talk about solar batteries and so on and so forth, but for rural population, they are not productive. They are expensive, and the return of investments is long. What do you mean non-productive? For example, in our territory, only 2% of people installed the solar batteries. What do you mean non-productive? They are expensive in terms of maintenance. Well, at the beginning, they are fine, but with time, their technical maintenance will cost more. What do you mean by technical maintenance? Well, some batteries, some panels undergo wear and tear. Do you have experience? I'm not going to quarrel with you, but we have installed 68 solar power stations all over Ukraine, and 5,000 a year is the maintenance cost per year. Believe me, maintenance for solar batteries is really low. We take the population. For example, there is day and night tariff. It's about electricity. And there are people who use it at night. For example, they use it in order to perform certain household tasks. And for example, they heat water at night, and it is cheaper both for the state and for people. Is it sensible to invest this money into rural areas. For example, in Dnipropetrovsk region, we have a regional plan on waste handling at the local level, and the tariff cost is fluctuating, but it is calculated starting with the income of 11,000 hryvnias. I have not understood what you are talking about. What is the tariff? So the tariff is up. So let's say you raise the gas tariff. So could you please explain to me? You have not understood it. I gave an example. Currently in Dnipropetrovsk region, we have a regional plan on handling solid domestic waste. According to this plan, we have to set a certain income per capita, and this is 11,450 hryvnias. Who is paying this? It turns out that the waste tariff will be from 67 to 89 hryvnias per month, per capita, per one resident. Please tell me, if we just leave the moratorium and if we raise the gas price, will rural population be able to live? What is the current situation now? People who do not consume gas, so for example, people who have electricity, they pay taxes. Yes, yes. So why the state should compensate with their taxes the cost of gas consumed by other people? I am an owner of a private house, and why I should compensate the cost of gas for people who live in a multi-storied building? Now we have Cherkasy, and they have heat supply, which is very efficient. And why they should compensate heat supply for Dnipropetrovsk, why it is inefficient? In the villages, the situation is just the same. No. For example, the square meters for multi-storied building, for the building. For example, let's take average figures. For example, for me to insulate my house, I have to pay 500,000 hryvnias from the beginning till the end. And this is the minimum. This is the minimum amount of money. So this is a lot for the population. And in order to save some money, well, we do not have this money. Yes, what you are talking is about is good, is fine. Probably in cities it will be efficient, but for the rural population, it is not. So if the tariffs are raised for gas or for heat, how will they live? Well, I have taken the loans, I have replaced windows, later I have insulated the house, and I did walls just one year. The next year I did the foundation of the building. I have always been working, I have always had 3 jobs. I do not know how to help your rural population. They should work more, they should earn more. The question is where? Well, the government says we have to buy 30% of gas. 50% of capacities have been shelled, and we have to buy 30% of gas. And it costs certain amount of money. We have to buy it from Slovakia or from Hungary. Whose gas we are going to buy? We are going to buy the Russian gas, and we pay our money for the war that is waged against us. But if we save gas, or if we don't use gas, probably we won't have to buy it. I will probably interfere a bit. Here, I'll ask Natalia here. I'm sorry for being emotional. Yes, definitely we do not have simple answers here. And therefore, this is our discussion here. And I give the floor to Alexander. Thank you very much for presentation. And well, your question is really very important, but my question is about a different topic. And I represent a different sector. You have said at the beginning, you were talking about a model. While we have liberalization for residents, a person may disconnect from the general network if a person thinks that it will be more feasible for him or her. On the other hand, today we have heard certain macro expectations about our transition. So I will give my comment and then there will be a question. For example, now Germany is trying to give subsidies for boiler replacement to millions of households because they use gas and they have to stop using gas, but they spent about 100 million euros for gas subsidies. This year, probably the figure will be less. But the point is that Germany is a very technologically and economically developed countries, and still they have to provide subsidies for fossil fuels to the population because they have become aware of certain issues a bit late. So the question is more about the model. You have mentioned some measures of regulatory nature. So my question is about the developed environment, because it's a bit close to my competence. As I understand that you have been cooperating with the Energy Efficiency Fund, but it seems to me this is a litmus paper for our reality. Energy Efficiency Fund has created an illusion that we can insulate all the houses with the mechanism offered, but we do not have development of the story. We do not have the association of how multi-story buildings owners in 80% of cases. We do not have the understanding what is the final point of this energy efficiency, because the fund changes the goals, it's insulation, later this ITP's replacement. So we do not have this final goal. And again, the question is about the logic of this funding. The state is staying just as an observer, so the donors should fund it. So the question here is, there are certain measures on the part of energy efficiency. Lithuanians calculated that they will do this insulation till 2080. And again, we do this insulation with some very non-environmental materials. And it seems to me that the model of energy efficiency fund used now should be reviewed. Well, you are not responsible for this, but it seems to me that the model it still allows people to disconnect from district heating. So it does not provide for sustainable building management model, regulating CO2 emissions and so on. So it seems to me this is a sort of a challenge that apart from those regulatory measures, certain other things should be reviewed regarding housing stock. Tomorrow we shall have a conversation on this, but I would like to hear your reflection on this comment. Thank you.
So I can say, or you have any other questions, man? So you can give you opportunity. So you can just start. So can you remind me of the first question? I have forgotten it a bit. So about the effectiveness of this model, where are we going to? So we can create even 3 fonts of energy effectiveness. You can do that. but there was the initiative in that time to initiative from Germany to create this initiative, and the fund was created. So the main budget forming elements there was the budget of Germany, of EU, and the partner countries. So the administrating was on the World Bank and International Finance Corporation. So they wanted to do it the best possible way. So there were two packages: the systemic package with actual heating and insulation, and this packages actually worked. But we were speaking about the base of European Union, and they wanted to do everything right. And we were told, and they were told that all the projects should be made according to the correct regulations. So if you remember, for not for European, for our, so the actually width of thickness of insulation has risen from 8 centimeters to 25. So our engineers and energy of heating physics, they have created such kind of standard when the population do not actually has these changes is able to implement these changes because the standards have been raised at that point. So the second fund from the beginning of war, it has made the financing lower, but since the beginning of war, but they have actually been working right now in the light system, and the programs of fund are still here, and it's the state body. So I just don't want to protect them. Like this program is complex, but it's complex not because it's created this way. It's complex because the workers that contractors that worked with them, they just could just lie. Will give a couple of hryvnias to people, and they will make say that this object is everything. So for us to actually add the installation of some budgeting thing just to make it illegal is much easier. So some of our contractors have given lots of documents how to work with installation in businesses, and they were just working for 20, 30 years in the market, but they don't know how to do it in a correct way. It's really bad, but we need to change something there because we maybe are not adapted. Maybe you're right. Maybe we need to do it in any way possible. Maybe that's the correct way. I'm not the one to judge here. But the administration companies, they were more adaptive, and they started installation faster. So they have bigger budgets. They were able to make more money on such a way, and they started doing that in a faster way. So in the times when there was a kind of program like that, 7 actually buildings were insulated as the result of work of condominium association, and after that there were 60, 70 buildings insulated this way. And if we speak about positive moments here. So if we speak about damage of different materials, like specific plastic foam, it's effective. It could be used for 50 years. If we speak about some particular mineral wool, it was 60% pricier. So if you take just foam plastic, you will pay 30,000, and for the mineral wool, you will pay 60,000. It's a really big difference. So I'm not against using really great materials, but the effectiveness is the same. So actually, mineral wool, well, if there will be some water, if there will be some water inside, you just need to just throw it away. If the contractor will just make some small mistake, in 2 years, it will be just off. Have I, answered your question? I won't be here tomorrow, so ask questions that you have. And I have what? So a few comments. So thank you very much for such a presentation. My name is Katerin. I'm the representative of Kyiv. I'm the head of Kyiv Department of National Platform of Condominium Associations. And I'm the Deputy Director of the Communal Enterprise on the Development of Housing Fund of Kyiv, and I actually work with the energy efficiency questions. So the first remark that I want to make, so Cabinet of Ministers has created the program according to which on the apartment buildings, we have the total reconstruction. So everybody is changing their ways. So it gives us the opportunity to actually put some regulation and save money on actual heat carrier, and it will be done with the money of co-owners. And it will be just added to the actual price that you will pay for the communal services. And all of the buildings right now of actually city housing fund are being insulated by mineral wool. If we are speaking not about balconies, but about the walls, we use only mineral wool. It's everything we have here. Like earlier, from 2022 or 2023. So up till the ninth floor, we were able to use, we could use foam plastic, and from ninth floor, there should be mineral wool used. I just want to check in. So the third point, speaking about housing policy and working with policy of energy effectiveness that works with the particular condominium associations. As of today, we have lots of specific cooperatives that are not existent anymore. And they, in the housing sphere, they just work as condominium associations, but without their name. And we just don't work with them or in account of energy effectiveness. So the funds of energy effectiveness has actually fallen with the cooperation with multi-apartment buildings because of high price and high requirements for work. Because when in 2020, the installation of small house in Kyiv was around 5 millions, and right now it's around 15 millions. It's a really big, actually, financial damage on the co-owners because of this money should be given. And right now, banks do not give any loans to condominium associations. And if they give them with a really high interest rate, and no one does that. But funds of energy effectiveness have made the system much easier. There were different packages like A and B, and we can work with that if you want to. Speaking about the administration of a residential building, so just want you to read the information about the fact that we have the reform right now about new norms of housing policies. So you know that in each of our house, there will be the particular entity, and energy effectiveness will be much higher. So what do you think? Okay, so I have got you. No, it's not right. So up till 3 floors. Up till 3 floors, you can use the foam plastic. From 3rd till 9, you can use foam plastic, but with the particular also insulation against the fire, and only from the 9th, there should be mineral wool. But actually, from the 1st floor, right now, we are doing it with mineral wool. So I just want to say that local council can do what they want to do. Like, I'm just speaking about the fund of energy effectiveness that just don't they do it themselves. They don't count on the decisions by the city council. The main thing that they want is to acquire the state building norms. So I see that there are lots of different projects that are being approved with foam plastic. Foam plastic is my ship, and that's it. If there is the opportunity to insulate with it, and just to say people that you give us 20,000 or 40,000 for them, it's much easier to make it easier. So I had lots of firemen inside, and no one wanted to raise question about fire alarm or so on. All of the apartment buildings in house, they have problems speaking about fire security. So out of 20 buildings, only 10% of buildings have these systems of actually fire prevention, and each year we pay they pay 38,000 hryvnias for administration of such fire prevention services, but other houses does not want to do that because of high price. So thank you very much, Mr. Mikhailov, for such a systematic presentation and diagnostics of such a system. We have lots of questions, answers to the questions that I was interested in. Before I will ask you the question, I just want to remind you that you also can ask questions about transport to Natalia. You can also ask questions in Zoom, and we will take a look at them. And my question considers where the gas comes from right now, with which we are doing the heating in Ukraine. Is it LNG? Is it Russian gas? So I don't know where the gas comes from. I'm not that I don't have this high position, but it's right now it should be Ukrainian gas right now. So this year we should export 30%, and we do not from which. Maybe it could be American gas. It will be really great. And if it will be Russian gas, it will be just great, because it will be just export of Russian gas, which will be much easier to produce, to get, and it will be just not that good. So I will just want our speakers to say some ending remarks, what you want to accentuate your attention on, and we will move to other presentations. So let's keep centralized heating. It's a really great resource for our cities for the future. If there will be some communal enterprises, we can make really great money on that. I just want to say that the reform of public transportation is really relevant if we speak about also the communities in villages, because it will improve provide transportation to regional centers, to different critical objects, to all of these spheres of population, and for elderly people, for example. Thank you very much, and thank you for such a discussion. Okay, so right now I want to get online. So we'll have two short presentation online. And the first presentation, it will be about the system of emission trading. We will have Anastasia Sidorenko here, the specialist of Ecodia on the trading system, and we'll speak about the carbon credits and how to work with them. So Anastasia, we can see you right now, and we hope that we will see you. So you can share your presentation. Okay, and you will also be able to leave questions in the chat. So I'm passing the floor to you. Please, thank you very much. So a small comment. So the sound is on. Can you hear me? So, Kay, please, can you hear me right now? Okay, so we can hear it right now. All right, thank you very much. So I just wanted to make a small comment to your previous really heated discussion. So maybe you have discussed it earlier. So I will speak about the also problems about the loans for condominium associations. There is a new program right now, ISSF, from European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. It's called ENG Security Support Facility. So I just want you to pay attention to that particular thing because they have interest rates and the risk of not paying this loans is given to the particular fund. So it's just my advice for you to take a look at it. So maybe you will be able to find some interesting moments of cooperation there, because they also have the grant component, and condominium association can also take some interest there. And if you're interested, I will be able to send you the link. So right now we are moving on to my presentation. I will share my screen right now. So say please if you can see it. So right now we see it. Okay, so as it was mentioned, my name is Anastasia. I work with the NGO Center, Equidia, Center of Ecological Initiatives, and I specialize on the carbon markets. And I also got the PhD in the finance law earlier, and I also have the experience of teaching in Kiev University, Russian University. So we'll speak about really interesting topic. It's complex, it's comprehensive, but it's connected with lots of the topics that you have discussed today, because everywhere there are some general thing that we need to take into account, and it's the particular making the emissions smaller. So we are speaking right now about the perspectives of introducing this system of trading in Ukraine. So we will move on the main terms without which we can't actually understand what is the system of carbon trading system. We'll speak about the markets, about the directive of EU, which regulate the system in European Union, the perspectives in Ukraine, and also we will speak about the question of this innovator mechanism as CBAM, or carbon border adjustment mechanism, that was created by European Union to the full extent at the 1st January of 2026, and it's really important and interesting.
So what is carbon price formation? This is establishing carbon price. So this is a financial mechanism within which we establish the price for greenhouse gas emissions. So this is actually implementation of the principle you have heard about, the pollutant pays. Why do we need establishing the emission price? First of all, to encourage the pollutants to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from their activities and invest into eco-friendly technologies and their commercial activities. So the very pricing can be done in three forms. The first one is known. This is carbon taxes. We have the tax code of Ukraine, and you will see the tax on CO2. This is the administrative tool. Everything's fine. So it is quite widespread mechanisms used in the world. We also have carbon credits or carbon loans. This is a very complicated point. Well, there are voluntary carbon markets where companies or even state may trade with such things as carbon loans or carbon credits in order to find environmental projects and initiatives to somehow record greenhouse gas emissions aimed at net zero goals. And also we have ETS system. And for example, coming back to carbon markets, carbon market presupposes trading in emissions in order to ensure a positive impact on environment by means of streamlining financial resources to climate projects aimed at reducing emissions or carbon capturing. So carbon markets transform CO2 emissions into product because there is a price on it, and there are both regulated and voluntary ones. And we shall probably talk about regulated market with voluntary elements. So we shall talk about emission trading system. Let's imagine a system, but well, this is just a system where we have several key players. For example, we have a state and we have certain number of entities or businesses that emit some amount of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere from their commercial activities. For example, let's simplify it a bit. For example, a certain state has 10 businesses, and in order to reach net zero figures, the state says that the general amount of emissions that can be produced by such emitters constitutes 100,000 tons of greenhouse gases, for example. And that means that every business will have certain number of quotas. The quotas are distributed by means of different methods. I will not talk about it because we are short of time. For example, a certain enterprise will have 100 quotas. That means 100 tons of emissions. Another enterprise got 50 quotas. So our first enterprise getting 100 quotas for emissions understands that de facto it doesn't need 100 quotas. It managed to reduce its own emissions, it modernized its economic activity, and the emissions amount to 90 quotas. So 10 quotas are extra. And it can sell these quotas to another company that needs them because this company didn't manage to reduce its emissions. Or it may be vice versa. So this is the quota market, how it is formed and how the prices are formed for quotas. How it works in the EU, and this is the best example, actually, here we are on the way to EU, and that means that in our Euro integration commitments, we are supposed to create almost the same emission trading system. Therefore, we are guided by the EU directive. It covers more than 11,000 power stations and industrial enterprises all over EU, as well as airlines. What sectors are included? Energy sector, heavy industry, where energy-intensive processes are, also shipping and aviation. And also there will be new two sectors, transportation and buildings. This is cap and trade principle, where we have, for example, certain restrictions on emissions, which are imposed on certain greenhouse gases. This is CO2, this is nitrogen formulas, and logically the companies either get those quotas for free or buy certain emission permissions at the auctions, and later they can trade with these quotas. Now the system is on the fourth stage of its functioning and its evolution. And logically, this limit is constantly reduced. And the emissions are supposed to be reduced. And the income from quotas trading should be aimed at certain goals. So where does this money go? First of all, we have the EU budget, and there may be a different budget lines, but also there is innovation fund, which is aimed at supporting different innovation, low carbon technologies. We also have the Modernization Fund, which supports modernization energy systems. We also have support for national climate actions. We also have support of just transition mechanism. And these funds may be allocated for the vulnerable countries. These are developing countries. As far as Ukraine is concerned, why we are talking about it, implementation of ETS is one of Euro integration commitments of Ukraine. And actually, this year we expect a draft law on the foundations of ETS functioning in Ukraine. It might be one of the potential names. And in February 2025, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine adopted a plan on ETS implementation in Ukraine. So the system will be established in Ukraine anyway, irrespective of different attitudes to this. There may be lots of rhetorical questions asked, starting with a question, can we put a price on emissions? Well, this question is not asked. And we have to understand what should be environmentally friendly and efficient ETS in Ukraine. So we are supposed to have a special system of monitoring, reporting, and verification. It exists. The law was suspended a bit. Now it has been launched again. And now Ukraine collects data on emission of greenhouse gases by the enterprises that are located on the Ukraine-controlled territories. The next important point is what will be the authoritative body regarding this system, because there are different models, and we'll see how it goes when the draft law is adopted. But there are positive practices, probably not the best ones, but this is about the commissions. And we have the Special Commission on Securities, and we also have the commission responsible for energy market. So we may take something from their practices. Definitely, we have to create the register and the areas that will be covered. What are the greenhouse gases? What are the installations? What types of economic activities will fall into ETS? And another important element is the auctions. The auctions should be conducted quite quickly because, well, the state divided ETS implementation into several stages. Till 2028, we have a preparatory stage, creation of legal framework, establishment of institutional mechanisms. Then we have the first operational stage, starting with 2028, and it may be even without the auctions, and it may be problematic because the chance is lost. And then there is the third stage, which is 3 years after the end of the martial law. So the issue about the auctions is open. An important question is where the money will go that will be obtained through the auctions. Today we have already heard about energy efficiency funds or decarbonization funds if it functions positively. So we can also think about it as well. Also, we should think about the correlation with the CO2 tax. Probably it won't be removed from the tax code of Ukraine. So we should avoid double taxation for businesses. So there should be certain like redistribution where we have the tax and where we have ETS. And a bit more about CBAM, what it is and why people are afraid of it, and why we have so many active discussions. This tool is an environmental policy tool. At the same time, it is also an economic tool and to some extent political tool. Well, this is the European Union external foreign policy tool. We see that the European Union has an efficient mechanism for carbon pricing. Carbon actually is a product, and the price on carbon is quite high. As of 2025, we can talk about the average price, which is about 70 euros per 1 ton of emissions, while the tax in Ukraine is less than 1 euro per ton of CO2. It's about 30 hryvnias, so there is no economic incentive for the enterprise. Therefore, the European Union would like to tackle the situation in such a way that certain companies inside the EU probably are interested in buying the products from the other countries which are not members of the EU because their carbon pricing is better or it doesn't exist at all. So in order to avoid this situation, in order to protect the internal consumer and manufacturer, the EU decided to implement this mechanism. This is the CBAM mechanism, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. It means that, for example, if a Ukrainian company wants to export its products to the EU and this product has a carbon footprint, in Ukraine, we do not have ETS. We have only this carbon tax, less than 30 hryvnias per ton of CO2. So the companies that will buy Ukrainian products will have to pay what Ukrainian company didn't pay, and this money will go to the EU budget. And therefore, it will be a big problem for Ukrainian enterprises. Probably you can see a bit distorted perception of these mechanisms in the media because the media says that the exporters will have to suffer. Well, the payment will be done by the importers. But do you understand that from economic point of view, Ukrainian products will not be competitive, or Ukrainian producers will have to reduce prices on their products? And we'll have to significantly reduce it in order to avoid those risks. And we are talking about such sectors of economy as electricity, steel, aluminium, iron, in case the CBAM mechanisms won't expand further. So it's not actually about protecting the environment, but this is the issue of economic policy. And since 2026, this tool will be used in the EU. Ukraine is trying to get derogation for itself as for the country which is at war. And currently we do not have the answer to this request, but we understand that this tool is in place and this mechanism will have a very strong economic effect. So what will be the way out of the situation if this exemption is not granted to Ukraine? If Ukraine had ETS system and the carbon pricing system will be the same as in the EU, we will have different situation. We would probably be talking about equal parties and the situation will be much easier. ETS is not a silver bullet system. It cannot be implemented overnight. It cannot raise the price quickly from 30 hryvnias to 70 euros. This will be an economic shock, but this tool will help us properly integrate into the carbon market of the EU. So my final slide is with a question mark because there are still lots of questions how this mechanism will function in Ukraine, whether it will be economically efficient, whether it will be environmentally efficient, and what we should expect regarding European carbon pricing mechanisms. So the discussion will become even more topical in future, and we shall see lots of changes in the nearest future. Thank you very much. That's everything from me. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Are there any questions? Probably some colleagues have questions, or probably there are questions in the chat. Alexandra has a question, so here is the mic. From our morning discussion, I'm thinking about the question how visible this process are. Well, our colleague that is from rural area has already left. I'm talking about the visibility of emissions for political decision making at the local level, because it seems to me the discussions are different. And now we won't get the answer to the question, but really the discussions are different. For example, the national level, where the cabinet of ministers have to support it. And also we have the situation about the local level or territorial communities level. Do you have any ideas about it? If we take a look at this localization, when we are talking about carbon loans consequences, what will be the consequences, positive or negative, for specific regions or for specific territorial communities? It seems to me this will be an interesting situation. Any ideas about this? Thank you very much for a very interesting question. Could you please specify, are you talking about carbon loans as offsets? Are we talking about voluntary markets? Actually, I'm talking about two components. Probably neither of these two things applied to local communities or to several communities or to regional budget.
Okay, so let's actually speak about each instrument in an order. So speaking about this system of emission trading, so the question is not really relevant to the local level there. So I can just put this sum of the line of relevance. So when we are getting back to the question of usage of accumulated profits, so we do not know how they will be directed, but we can make an assumption that PAT, for example, could be going to be some parts of local budgets to financing of some concrete projects. And actually, it's kind of presumption, some proposal from the voices of civic society, because if we will think about the topic how the money should be spent, we first think from, if we speak about some general means like rebuilding of Ukraine, and when we don't understand what does it mean, and when we speak about energy efficiency, we also can make the example of just transforming of particular regions of particular mono-industrial communities. It could be a really great example, because why it's important, why it will work, because there is a really high probability, and it's kind of rare that the companies that will see the not really comfortable mechanism of trading emission, they can put these expenses on the actual customers, and the level will actually suffer from that. So we can think about this side and vote for the point that money from actual emission trading system will benefit the representatives of communities. But right now, we don't see the legislation and we can't speak exactly about it, but we need to have the position right now. We need to have the direct view, what we want the authority to do about it. And we need to think about it right now. And your question is really relevant in this aspect, how it will actually reflect on the local level on some particular subjects. Speaking about the carbon emission credits, loans. So if we speak about some markets, they already introduced them. Even in Ukraine, we have some examples. I can also encourage you to go to the website Land Metrics. It's also the product of Equidia. Like, it's not big commercial. So there are some examples there of implementation of different carbon projects. And sometimes it's really hard to understand it's really great projects or not, because on Ukraine it's really hard to actually judge. But right now we can see example of other countries where the projects that have been introduced, these carbon projects, they had a negative effect on the local level, particularly because they have the regular story there. So it was this way. So they have generated a few number of credits. They have financed some projects to write down that we are really great. We have reduced emissions. But what was in the framework of these projects? So the holders of the projects, they didn't even ask the local communities if the community actually wants these projects to be implemented in the territory. It could be anything, like it could be forestry and so on, but they have the same trend. No one asks the local communities if they want these projects to be implemented, if they will get the part of income from this project, if they will get some kind of benefit. And their rights, they are just not taken into account. And it's really important so take into account so that this story will won't be the same in Ukraine, because these great carbon projects, if I speak about these carbon credits, they are already here. But we still can't judge how effective they are in the Ukrainian market. But they could be more negative than positive at this point. So right now we are studying the international experience so that we will not make these mistakes. I hope that I have answered your question. And if you have clarifications, just say. So thank you very much, Anastasia. Maybe you have other questions. So if we don't have anything in Zoom, we can move on. And right now we have gone to the end of the session, and right now we can go to the coffee break according to the timing. So the coffee break will be for 20 minutes up till 5 p.m. And after that, we'll have the final session. That will last 2 hours, but it will be really diverse. It will be called Net Zero versus Nature. We'll have a lecture about the wetland role and culture. We also will be the discussion with the environmentalist group of Ukraine. We will also have a specialist on the protection of biodiversity, and we will also speak about the environment in Ukraine, what is wrong with it, and so on. And after that, we'll also have 20 minutes for 3 documentary movies that were prepared by Equidia together with national parks, about the places that need to be recognized as national parks. And we will also discuss these movies when we will have time. So please just wait for this session. It will be really interesting. So we were preparing for that, and I hope that it will be all, and possibly we will also have this heated conversation because it's really relevant right now. It's nature, and nature is really right now in vulnerable situation. So thank you very much. minutes, we will begin our fifth session here about nature, about the protection of biodiversity of ecosystem, nature versus the climate neutrality. So when still the people are going back here from the coffee break, I will just repeat the agenda. So we'll start from the lecture. So we will have Olga Denishchik here. She will be online and she'll speak about the role of actual wetland role and polluted culture. So she is the expert on wetlands, and she will speak more about the projects that are going on right now of actually wetlands in Ukraine, in Polessia region. So Olga, please tell us if you are right now here. Hello, I'm here. So, all right. So please start. I see that people are here. Okay, so while Ms. Olga is preparing her presentation, I will just invite the participants of the discussion that will be there next. The ones who are offline, Mr. Trotesto from Ukrainian Nature Conservation Group, Bogdan Kuchenko from Equation NGO, and we have online Oksana Stankiewicz-Volosenchuk, the ecologist from NGO Ecosphere, and we will add her to the panel discussion, but right now we have the presentation and I pass the floor to her. Okay, so thank you. Do you see my presentation? I told you my name is Olga Denishchik. I work in the fund of Mikhail Zhukov from 2020. Up till this moment, I have worked in the International Fund of Nature of Ukraine. I was the coordinator of the project of water. So right now I can't speak about our current projects in Ukraine because we don't have projects in Ukraine right now. Speaking about the wetland restoration. And speaking about the projects that are being implemented on the south of Ukraine, we actually don't know what will be the practical component there. So from what we have done, we have worked together with Frankfurt actually to speak about the wetland restoration and marsh culture because we are speaking about different kinds of wetlands because there's lots of potential there. So everything that is connected to wetland is my area of specialization. I try to find the information because it's really an interesting topic that we have here, like net zero and nature ecosystems. It's really interesting, and it's interesting that this topic is being actively discussed as of moment. So the topics that was relevant 5 years ago, right now we have completely new information. We have lots of different opportunities. We have different financing, and we need to understand what nature system has more carbon in it. So if we work with ecosystem that is on land, we have got it covered. But if we speak about water, nature, water cycles, we still do not understand exactly the actual carbon cycle in water because it's always been changed, it's always been expanded, and it will be going for some time. So when we will get back to the general things, of course, carbon actually can get some plants in the process of photosynthesis, and they can actually get them while they are not being dissolved. So in nature, we have a few opportunities where this biomass could be there. So it's kind of Egyptian mummies. So it's being stayed in forest while the trees are grown. They are in these swamps, because when the peat swamps actually have this actual plants, they are not changed, and also there are some processes in the world ocean that we also are not really familiar with. So when there are some actual waste being burnt, of course we have lots of waste. We also have lots of methanol, and methane is also being produced by lots of different animals and farm animals. So when we are speaking about this topic in brief, we have like systems that is getting lower. So we have is getting lower. So we have kind of a strict number here. So if we speak about peat box, like it's the first system, like wetlands, the number of actually carbon accumulated has been growing all the time. They accumulate this carbon as the undissolved remains before these wetlands are and after the actual ice age. So that they appeared 9,000 years ago. So we have 10, 15 actual meters of peat. And in the tropics, when there were no ice age, they have a peat box even more than 15 meters depth. So we have good examples. All the tropical forests are being grown on such kind of wetlands, and this kind of ecosystem that is not in our Ukrainian systems. If we look at the forests, they also can get lots of carbon accumulation, and also different system that are in the seas. There are lots of different weeds that is being grown in the Mediterranean Sea. And in Ukraine, there are also lots of systems that can accumulate actual carbon emissions. So when we'll take a look at other slide, we see that even so, the peat box take a really small part of actual land. So we have 500 million hectares. 3.3 million hectares are forests, but the number of accumulated carbon it's 2 times more in wetlands than in all the forests in the world. So if we take into account the peatlands as the basis of the climate assessment, is they are much more important here. So also here you can see the actual peat box in the world. So they were not always been actually researched really well. So the first actual high level of research was when actually peat was being used by in industrial sphere. It was during Soviet Union, and also right now we have this new trend to actually researching wetlands to understand how it actually deals with the climate. So what is the peatland actually? So peatlands, this is the kind of length with more than 30 centimeters of peat being stored. So it is created by the biomass. It's kind of Egyptian mummy, as I told it earlier. And this kind of remains that is there, it's not being dissolved. So according to the UNFCCC, is the organic soil. And of course, the peatlands are growing more than they are dissolving. So it's a really great picture of peatlands. So you can see that there are lots of carbon that is there. We have different animals, we have different plants there, we have really specific biodiversity there. On these peatlands, we have some kind of actual animals. Also, such kind of an animal is a reed bird. It also lives in Germany and in Ukraine. So in Ukraine, the peatlands are specific. So in Ukraine, we have 2.5 different types. So the first type is lowland peat bog that actually is fed by a combination of surface and groundwater and precipitation. Some of them been fed only from the actual precipitation. And it's really easy to tell the difference. So the dewdrop lives only on the upland box because we have really small number of mineral water, and this plant should have created for actually looking for dewdrop to actually grow it artificially for the pharmacy. And I actually have taken dewdrop from Vinica Natural Reserve, and they have understood. So the specialists have said that it was really hard to analyze this kind of plant because all of this method of analysis for the plants that eat insects, they have completely other designations, and the actually number of actual pharmacological components useful from dewdrop. It depends only on the land where it's been grown. And in Vinica, actually, there was the most comfortable actual conditions for dewdrop to grow. And in Vinica, we have the most actually bog massive, the highest, the biggest one. We didn't have also any other parts from Belarus. So the analysis of actual sandy that it was grown on the box, it of course understand that the pharmacological points are much more useful than the actual sandy that is grown on really dry peatlands. So in Ukraine, there are some lowland peat bogs, and they are usually in the particular food plains of the rivers. We all know what is kind of floodplain of a river. We have the mint there. We have some some not complex plants living there, but it's the indicator that we have peat there, we have carbon there, and floodplain of Irpin before the drainage. There was the deepest actually pit box. The depth was like 9 meters, and the actual floodplain of Irpin. It's really hard to get through it, even with the boat. That's why this actual pit box had kind of protective function there, and the territory of all the countries of Europe are going through the pit box.
So how the rivers have changed for this period of time? They were the so-called agrarian rivers in Europe. These were those rivers which were used in agriculture. This is the beginning of the 20th century. We can see that this particular river is a meandering river. It is not straight river, it is moving. It is a dynamic river. Let's see whether we can see that it has a big floodplain. There are certain territories for the river to extend and expand in spring. And on the right, you see a Polish river, and it is from the edition made by Polish experts. And we see that the river is absolutely straight. It's like a canal. There is no buffer zone. There is no area for the river to expand or to flood. Again, it doesn't have a floodplain. No floodplain, no pit. And the water from the river goes into the groundwaters through the floodplain. And definitely, when we have snow melting in spring, when we have lots of water, the river on the left, due to the fact that it is a meandering river, the water course and water flow is slow. So it floods the floodplain and penetrates the groundwaters. On the right, the water will go very quickly, and the chances for the water to reach groundwaters are very low. So as a result, we have this like canal-like river. So we see other physical laws in progress. And this is something that was done to the Ukrainian rivers. Have a look. This is Veliki Kuyalnik River in Odessa region. Definitely, this is an extreme case. There are many rivers like that. If we go to Google Earth, Ukrainian rivers are straight rivers. They are canal-like river, and they are not even considered to be rivers. They are considered to be canals. So this is a modified water facility using the European definitions. Here, it's the way it looks like. Lots of barriers, lots of natural dams, no floodplain. And we see the agricultural lands coming too closely to the river. So there are no additional flows to the big river. And here you see the end of the river. So you see certain barriers, and you can see that after this small dam, we have already trees. So this is the end of the river. And definitely when we had drying of the river, there was peat decomposition and there were emissions into the atmosphere. In 1959, it was written that peat deposits covered about 1.5 million hectares, but it depends how you actually inventorize it, because at that time they counted like 70 centimeters depth, because it was the minimum depth for peat production. More than 800,000 hectares have been dried. Quite often you may hear 1.2 million hectares figure, but we do not have accurate data. So we do not know what was the figure in Ukraine. And we also do not have the map of peatlands in Ukraine. And that's bad because according to international commitments, Ukraine has to report about the number of peatlands dried. We also have lots of fires on peatlands because of climate change, and I'll talk about it more. So let's have a think about this part. There is a well-known fact that lots of peat deposits are in Ukrainian Police region. This is the territories of Volyn, Zhytomyr, Kyiv, and Chernigiv regions. And in those areas, there were dryings, and the rate was different. There are territories of the so-called small police that covers also Lviv region. And there are some small peatlands all over the Carpathian Mountains. People do not pay attention to them, but they are still very important. Here you see the map of the peatlands and the content of organic carbon in the soil. We did it within one of our projects. But actually, these are theoretical data. This is something that was studied from the space. But actually, it is impossible to understand whether it is a dried peatland or whether we are talking about black soils. So this is inaccurate map that cannot be used when we are talking about climate reporting. This is a very interesting map. This is the melioration development of Ukraine. It was published in 1986 in Kiev, and there are two parts. The first one is about actually wetting lands, and the second one is about drained lands. So once again, there are lots of areas which are floodplains. Actually, Ukrainian rivers and Ukrainian peatlands suffered a lot. And if we look at the fire map close to Kiev, usually these are drained floodplains. And you can see the map of Volyn, Zhytomyr regions. Well, all big rivers in those regions, all big floodplains have been drained. Here in Ukraine, we do not have any site of nature reserve fund with non-drained peatland. Even Rivne Nature Reserve, they still have those draining canals. In Polisa Nature Reserve, just in the middle of it, we have a melioration system. So this is the paradox we face. We do not have any site in Nature Reserve Fund where we do not have drainage canals. So even the sacred peatlands are still being drained. They're not sacred. What is happening to the peatland when we drain it? People say that the peat board is like a pan with cucumbers. When peat is in water, it does not decompose. The moment drainage starts, the peat starts decomposing. And here we see emissions of CO2 because O2 is added to carbon. And this is happening at all the agricultural lands that were drained. The Ukrainian peculiarity is that Ukrainian peatlands were drained deeper than in Belarus. I didn't know how it happened. I read lots of literature, but even experts in 1980s were writing that we lack experts and meliorative systems are installed with mistakes. Pripyat River has a slope in the Ukrainian territory, and water course goes to Belarus territory. And in Ukraine, when the drainage took place, it was done 1 meter deep. But all the calculations were done in 1970s, 1980s. In 1990s, we already didn't have any drainage, but lots of things have changed. Hydrological regime and this 1 meter drainage that happened at that time now can be even deeper. Lots of peatlands belong to forest fund. And it's not only the Ukrainian problem. For example, the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, people who are working in the forest sector, they protect the drained peatlands. But even if we forested the peatlands, and even if these trees absorb CO2, the peatlands still emit CO2. And we all understand that forest plantations usually suffer from more fires than in some other forests. So the fires are more destructive. So here you can see what happens if we have a fire in the natural peatland, and about 3% of peat is lost in the fire. And what is happening if we have dry peat when we have plantation? 51% of peat is lost in the fire. So we can just imagine what amount of carbon is emitted into the atmosphere. And in Ukraine, we actually have the growing number of fires because the decomposition process accelerated. We have drop in water level. We have longer dry period. We do not have groundwater regulations in the drained peatlands. And also we have violations of fire safety rules by local residents. In Europe, practically they do not have fires in dry peatlands. But we do have these fires just because of the fact that local residents do not comply with fire safety rules. If we try to understand where Ukraine is on CO2 emissions from peatlands, we will be approximately in the middle of the list. We do not have data on Ukraine, but well, we have approximately the same figures as Poland has. Here is a very important point. When we are talking about general peatland emissions, then to make 5% from general man-made emissions of carbon. So if we take all man-made emissions, 5% will be from peat bogs all over the world. And for different countries, this percentage will be different. For Ukraine, the figure may be 5%. For Germany, 5%. For Indonesia, this will be 30% because they have very deep peatlands that have been drained. And Indonesia doesn't have such industries as European countries. So according to the calculations available in Europe, Ukraine is considered to be a country with serious peatlands emissions. Have a look at Germany, where all the peatlands, peat bogs were drained. So they drained absolutely everything. So for example, in order to have a look at a live peat bog, the German students are brought to Belarus, and now they are brought to Lithuania or Estonia because they do not have in Germany their own peat bogs. And Ukraine will be approximately on the fourth place when it joins the European Union. But the climate is changing. And I fully agree with the point that when we are talking about wetlands and peat bogs, land use is more important than climate change impact. But climate changes still have its influence, and we see that the influence will be growing. And in 2030, the drought risk will be about policy as well. So water stress has already reached Ukraine, and it will be even stronger. Ukraine has signed Paris Agreement. That means that Ukraine, in fact, according to its commitments, cannot continue extracting peat as a fossil fuel because actually peat bogs is accumulating greenhouse gases, but Ukraine is still doing it. I know the situation in Volhynia region, peat extraction is ongoing, and there are local communities which are very poor, and they are trying to sell whatever they have. They have lands, they have those peat bogs, and they are trying to sell them to the peat industry. So this is the news. But also we have politiculture. After everything has been drained in Europe, after it turned out that peat bogs produce huge emissions of greenhouse gases, they started thinking what can be done about it. And the new concept appeared called politiculture. So you actually keep a peat bog as part of production. You suggest farmers some other ways of using those peatlands. Definitely you can understand that, for example, German farmers or any other landowners do not want to give those areas. Therefore, politiculture is the concept that allows you to raise the level of water and to continue production on those areas. Unfortunately, the ideal goal is achieved only if we have the plantation of trees, and we have raised the level of water in this peatland, and well, the cows cannot walk here anymore because there is high level of water, but there may be flora species and fauna species that are comfortable with such high level of water. What is happening to greenhouse gases? We can see that politiculture is where the green arrow is. This is the area where we raise the level of water and we flood the peat that was decomposing and produced CO2 emissions. So we stop CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. And this is really important because lots of people think that when we raise the water level in a peatland, this peatland starts accumulating CO2 emissions. No, it doesn't happen like this. It's generally a question whether it will accumulate CO2. We just stop emissions of greenhouse gases. So politiculture is a method of stopping greenhouse gas emissions and having certain economic gain. So we have it at the level of 0, then we raise the level of water, and the greenhouse gases level grows just because we have those rotting processes happening. There are lots of discussions about methane that is produced when we have biomass rotting. But so far, all the researchers have shown that raising level of water allows to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the peatland. And currently, this is the only method how we can stop these emissions.
So Ukrainians has lots of experience. There were lots of different floorings made after reeds, and was really great because Ukraine was actually procuring the reed for the actual roofs for European houses. And with new technologies that we have right now, it will be also much easier. Of course, right now there is war, and the delta of the delta of Dnipro, they are not that much accessible, but it's a really perspective direction. Also, insulation materials are also really perspective directions. So all of these actual plants are growing in these pits, and they have lots of advantages because they are resistant to fungus, they are lightweight, they are fire resistant. Also really interesting actual direction, and I hope that forestry staff will also work with that because black alder is a really expensive wood, and it only grows with the high level of humidity and water on actual peat. And for the actual forestry agency, it could be a really interesting direction of work, because lots of different trees are suffering from specific like from forestry fires and lots of different parasites, but black alder is resistant to that kind of thing because it actually grows on water. Also, there could be different energetic products, and we can use lots of different kind of plants there. So in the Volyn region, where lots of production of actual peat, and country gets does some datations, and for Volyn is not really economically viable to grow some technical plants. And these plantations that are in water right now, they weren't economically viable. So while still in the country, there won't be these processes that will be looked on. So Ukraine will not get any kind of push. But everything is here. So in Epicenter in shop, you can see the pallets that are being sold. So in Ukraine, we have lots of paper straws been developed. So in Ukraine, we have the full cycle. We have really expensive companies that create these solutions with packages and on international level. Ukrainian market have lots of organizations and enterprise that position themselves as really active international participants, but we don't know anything about them in Ukraine, unfortunately. So we try to get in touch with these companies and speak to them so that we'll speak about, and they refuse to talk to us because they just use this all of these materials for free, because they think they just take it and try to utilize it. But it's really an interesting example, and Ukraine is a big player in such a market, but we don't know much about it. In Ukraine, one of the point of usage of pits is for meat, the meat of buffaloes. So not very much animals can deal with lots of water, and buffaloes can deal with that, and it's also applicable to geese and ducks. So how we can use the biomass to create different containers for packaging. Ukraine has the actual experience, and I've seen how Ukraine is given biomass from the sugar cane, and we can also use it to create some containers. Also textile, the paper industry. So in Germany, this field is developing right now. They started to use the actual this kind of plants for the packaging. So also in Ukraine, it's really useful. It will be great for us to have this state support, to have EU support to create additional economic incentives. So also two last slides about the ecological restoration. So there are lots of projects on ecological restoration. What I want to say here. So unfortunately, this territory was completely roughed. The chances that it will become a livable actual pit bog with all of the birds, with all the plants, they have really small chances. It will be some kind of new ecosystem, and we very often do not know what kind of ecosystem will it be. So we can't actually recreate the pit bogs from in Ukraine. It's really impossible for us. So pit bog will need to fill up with water for a couple of years. So, of course, it's really an important thought for us to preserve what we have. All kind of forest of every kind of box, all kind of swamps, because creation of pit box is really expensive and it does not guarantee the result. In course of lots of years of actual restoration, the biodiversity could not be restored to the fullest, because there's a real comprehensive processes ongoing. And also I want to say something positive here. So if we take a look at this card, it's a really interesting map about the recovery priorities. So this is the card of this the map of this territory, where we have different. This card shows where the priorities of recovery are the most rational. And if we take a look, so Ukrainian Polisa region is near the zone of 40-55% from the projects that give the best result. I think that is a positive sign. And on this point, I want to end the presentation, even take into account that we have lots of things draft, but we still have a lot of potential, something like that. So, and the words of our society is that the swamps should be wet. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ms. Olga, for a great lecture and this discourse and this great example of pit box and what happened to them. So maybe we will start with the question that we have in Zoom. Nasty, can you actually read this question in the Zoom? So in your opinion, what is the ratio between the role of humans and climate in the drainage of wetlands? So what were stages in the drainage of wetlands in Polysia in the pre-industrial period before the second half of the 20th century? So thank you very much for your question. So it is believed that the role of humans, the role of land use, when we speak about the wetlands, it's bigger than the role of climate. So climate gives some problems, but the main issue is lies in actual people. If we speak, for example, about such issues as extensive plowing. So what were some stages in the drainage of wetlands in Police? Of course, there were lots of different stages. First expedition, so there were on local levels, some small projects on drainage, even before the 20th century, but we don't know nothing. We know nothing about it. So the local communities were always doing some kind of drainage for their own good. So the first expedition of General Zhelinsky to Police is the beginning of the 20th century. It was the Tsar Russia, and they have done a lot of things. They have done lots of researches. So in Rivne Nature Reserve, they have the channel of Zhelinsky. So they were doing the actual drainage, and you can also see the maps for they are available for free, and you can see the territories that were drained by this expedition. So it was the beginning of the 20th century. After, when Volyn region and the Rivne, like Volyn region, when they were in the territory of Poland, they also have started the drainage of wetlands to use these lands in the agriculture. So they created kind of actual line of protection. So on the actual wetland, there was kind of protective border from the Russians. So some of the Polish scientists have created the method how to protect themselves from the possible war, just to actually create the flooding of this land. So if we speak about the wetlands, if we speak about the drainage, it could be economically viable in course of 10 years. But after 10 years, there are some problems that begin to emerge. So the actual experiments that are done by different scientists are not always possible to implement in reality. Like they were done in some collective farming associations in the Soviet Union. So there was also lots of drainage during the Second World War, and the Ministry of Defense of Soviet Union has actually said that they have not done the drainage because policy is really important, but the most massive drainage of Policia was happening because of 60s, 80s, up till the end of the Soviet Union, as it was. Okay, thank you for this really great, interesting lecture. I also have a question that is also directed to the economical reality. If we can get this drained territories back and can we flood them once again, and maybe it was possible, for example, in Germany, some economical calculations, how much will it cost, and if it will be possible to create new actual workplaces for people, and maybe some construction ongoing, maybe some energetic cultures, and how this process was economically calculated to create some new push for Ukrainian economy. Okay, that's a really comprehensive question. It's a really important question, by the way. So in Europe, everything about this topic, they also have this comprehensive mechanism of dealing with that. So these farmers get some support from the state to actually flood these lands, and so they get the financing for the systemic services that they provide. So the ecosystem services calculations, the costs are being calculated, how much work needs to be done so that this it will be working, ongoing. So and they do the flooding next. So in Ukraine, it could be really economically viable because of different points. So it could be viable if we will actually do it together with carbon projects, because there are lots of different organizations that can pay the owners of the territories for that they keep these territories not drained. We also have done some research on Irpin, and we have some unique situation. They have really deep really deep pit box, and lots of actual pit, and this company was ready to pay lots of money for people just to keep this pit box in their previous state. So in Ukraine, for example, it's really viable. So Ukraine is a huge exporter of medical plants. So Ukraine exports lots of honey. So honey that is being captured from the peat box, it's much more valuable and costs more. And I think So economical situation, and in particular, the fact that state does not pay attention to lots of things like free usage of different weeds and such kind of issues. They just do not allow the culture and story to walk on. So if we had some good actual tariffs on all of different plants and different materials, of course it will help us with different alternative materials, and we'll be able to sell everything. But still, while it is really cheap to sell wood, if it's cheap to just take some weeds from the nature, there will be no any progress done. Thank you very much. Maybe any other questions? So I don't see it right now. So thank you very much, Ms. Olga. So there is one question: if the tourism can help here? Of course it can, and in Ukraine we have great examples. I think everyone knows about the Andriy Sagaidak, who has created a really great expedition. I think you know everything about Evgeny Dogolyuk, who has SUPI Center, and it's really interesting to speak about it because after they done the actual dams on SUPI River, they were able to create kind of pit lands, and there were some pit lands flying, just swimming all across this water body. And also I know that, for example, in Germany, the tourism is really great because I live on the north of Germany, and here they have the flock of buffaloes, and they live near the North Sea. And it's a part of tourism infrastructure. There are some tourists, they look at the buffaloes. After that, they go to a restaurant, they eat these buffaloes. And that's just how tourism works. And I think it will help us here. Thank you very much. Miss Ola, if you can be here, just stay with us. So we are moving on to the discussion. So I will say a few words about all of the participants. Petr Tiesto, the forestry expert, the head of the analytical department, Ukrainian Nature Conservation Group. Oksana Stankevich-Volosynchuk, the ecologist, the environmental protection expert from NGO Ecosphere. Oksana will be with us online. And Bogdan Kuchenko, ecosystem conservation specialist from NGO Eco Action. So Ms. Olga Denishchuk, if she wants, she also can take part in the discussion.
Today we have been talking about net zero, just transition, and what is particularly valuable for me personally is this very discussion, because we are going to discuss nature. It's quite often neglected, and it is not mentioned a lot in different policies. And this is something we would like to discuss with our participants. My first question is, what is wrong with nature conservation in Ukraine? What is the situation with policies that enable nature conservation? And when we are talking about this mechanism of environmental impact assessment, is it efficient or non-efficient? And I would probably give the floor to Petro first. Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. The first thing I would like to say that I disagree with Olga a bit, because I visited some countries of continental Europe, and I would like to say that nature conservation is really nice in Ukraine. For example, if we are talking about old growth forests, or for example, Desna River, or for example, Carpathian rivers, which do not have these small capacity power stations. And well, this is probably not our merit. This is just because we were lagging behind Europe all the time. That's why we have this nature. And what is the situation? It's much easier to preserve than restore. And I don't like the situation in Ukraine when we start talking about restoration of nature. We should be talking about preservation of nature. But now we lose nature very quickly. What's the difference? In Western Europe, they lost nature when nature conservation was not a mainstream. But now we lose the areas of nature when it is a mainstream. And we have also government action plan which says a lot about nature conservation and environment protection, but actually all the actions are aimed at destroying and destructing nature. So on paper, we are protecting environment and conserve nature, but in practice, all the governmental actions, with exceptions, certain exceptions, we have this destruction. And the situation is getting even more complicated. We have the Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Environment combined in one. Well, this is good that the Ministry of Economy wants to stop all the permissions to make life easier for business. It's okay when the Ministry of Agriculture wants to have all agricultural lands because they need harvests. But when we had different meetings, it turned out that we have some compromise. The decision that was made was not approved of by those three ministries, and well, it was more or less satisfactory. So now we do not have any nature protector. And when the draft law on deregulation was considered at the committee, the situation was really difficult. In the Ministry of Economy, they said, well, you have to cancel everything. But another person says that, well, the permit system is really good. We have to keep it. So now the goal of the attack, the focus of the attack is environmental impact assessment. This is not an ideal procedure. Probably it is not always helpful, but there are specific examples when it allows us to help conserve nature. So when we are talking about environmental impact assessment of forest, well, we are not talking about ban on deforestation 100%. But yes, there are certain wetlands where you cannot do deforestation, or in those areas where we have red book plants and species. And soon we shall have the law voted in the parliament that cancels environmental impact assessment regarding deforestation. And the Ministry of Economy is always supporting business. And for example, right now, even they have written that they should keep this environmental impact assessment. We are talking about nature conservation. We have framework laws, but in practice, the actions are quite the opposite. Thank you very much, Petro. Now I would like to give the floor to Oksana. She's with us online and she has been waiting. So please share your opinions and ideas. Thank you for the invitation. I fully agree with what Petro has just said. And I can continue. We have to stress all the time that to preserve nature, unfortunately, we do not hear the speaker. The sound stopped. Oksana, there is something wrong with your sound. The mic is off. I do hope you hear me now. So if Western Europe in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century has achieved a success in the economy by developing raw-based economy. This is already something outdated in the 21st century. And this is something we are trying to do right now. And we actually want to gain certain economic results, which may be probably very doubtful. And we put on the altar something very valuable. This is actually the preserved, authentic nature. In my report, I would probably focus on the following situation happening in Ukraine. This nature is really destroyed in the east of Ukraine and in the north of Ukraine, where we have combat actions, and the war causes this destruction of nature. But at the same time, we also see the offensive in the rear territories, of Ukraine, in the western territories, which are actually protected. Unfortunately, our governmental policies are aimed at destroying those natural pearls which we managed to preserve, irrespective of the actions of the Soviet Union, irrespective of all the things done in the Soviet Union. We still managed to preserve valuable natural areas, particularly in the west of the country, in the Carpathian Mountains. And now these territories are in the focus of transformations. First of all, I'm talking about big energy projects. Yes, Ukraine needs energy. Ukraine needs energy facilities because they are destroyed with air raids. And yes, we need this energy transition. We need to use more renewable sources of energy. But again, it should not be done at the sake of nature. Once again, it's necessary to explain that net zero is not only about development of renewable sources of energy. There is an exceptionally important component in net zero, and this is preservation of natural ecosystems. Olha has delivered a lecture on the topic. She was talking about peatlands as natural ecosystems, but not only peatlands are our allies in climate preservation and achieving net zero. And when we see that development of renewable energy is achieved by using those natural ecosystems, this is a wrong way to go, and it does not lead us to the goal set by the European countries and set by us to ourselves. First of all, I'm talking about a very extensive project of wind turbines, 1.5 gigawatts, and it is supposed to be built in the highlands, in the Carpathian highlands. I'm talking about 1.5 gigawatt capacities, and these are 7 Carpathian ridges, which should host those capacities for 1.5 gigawatt. We already see certain criteria developed for identification of those areas for wind stations, wind farms, and these territories actually cannot be used for wind farms. But we see how the legislation is being changed, especially for these projects, and these territories are claimed for such wind farms, and everything is done for the process not to be reversed. So we are talking not only about some highland ridges, we are talking about landscapes and biodiversity. We are talking about tourism attractiveness of the Carpathian Mountains. We are talking about cultural identity of people living in the mountains. So all these things are at stake. And we are talking about the interests of a certain business group which wants to claim those territories for this project and which does not want to consider some other territories where we also have the wind and where we have this wind farm potential. There is another example of our inconsiderate and unreasonable tendencies in the area of renewable sources of energy, and these are small-scale hydropower stations in the Carpathian Mountains. Petro has already said that the Carpathian Mountains are those areas where we have free-flowing rivers. And Olha was also talking about similar situation that German people bring their students to Baltic states to have a look at live peatlands. So the German young people bring their students to us to look at old growing forests and real mountain rivers that can be the so-called model rivers. And now the government considers some projects which presuppose the cascade of small hydropower stations in those territories which are part of Emerald Network, which are territories where we have lots of valuable species, red book species, and which are included into Berne Convention resolution. We are talking about the rivers, which probably are the only rivers in Europe where we still have self restored population of Danube salmon. And well, it is bred artificially now. With us, this population is breeding itself. So everything is done destroying the communities which are against those small hydropower stations, and still those decisions are promoted and are pushed, and the Ministry of Environment couldn't do anything about it. But now we even do not have a special ministry to protect nature. So this is the situation we face right now, and I do not know what will happen in future. Definitely, it looks like until the last peatland is drained and the last tree is cut, nobody will think about nature conservation. But we have to remember that we'll never have enough money, as, for example, the United Europe had, to restore all these things. And again, we won't be able to fully restore those things because every ecosystem is replaced with another ecosystem. And to bring back something that existed before, to bring back the ecosystem that existed before, is almost impossible. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana. And I would probably give the floor to Bogdan to share his thoughts. Probably you can offer certain solutions or recommendations. Probably you know when the law on Emerald Network will be adopted. Good evening. Starting with the final statement, I really would like to know when the country will adopt the law on Emerald Network territories. I do hope it will be soon, because it is part of the Euro integration legislation, and I think that even when we are talking about these mountain ranges or the lowlands in the Carpathians, the law would make the situation a bit easier. But we see that even the existing legislation is neglected. But I would like to start with the sort of an optimistic introduction. It seems to me the biggest power of ours, this is the public involved in nature conservation. And we have some very distinguished experts that have been working in different political conditions. For example, if we take the very Carpathian Mountains, at the beginning of 2010s, there were plans to build hydropower stations in many rivers, and I was a schoolboy at that time, and I heard from the situation from my distinguished colleagues. I think Petro and Oksana remember that time, and we managed to protect those Carpathian rivers, and there were lots of positive changes owing to the efforts of the public society, civil society. Ukraine was the first country in Europe that started protecting the old growth forests, and lots of them are protected now, probably not all of them, but still. And the second point, we have a good regulatory basis, which appeared again due to the efforts of the civil society and public activists, and we have this environmental impact assessment. At the same time, we have a very low culture of law enforcement. So when a certain law or a bylaw is adopted, we just have to start our fight because those laws are not implemented and it's necessary to punish the violators. And for example, we have certain public organizations, we have law enforcement authorities, and we have environmental inspection in place some time ago when it was functioning before the full-scale invasion. And we managed to ensure a certain punishment for those people who violate the environmental impact assessment procedure. And we actually taught businesses to comply with this assessment. And now people are talking about those hydro parks, and well, they are trying to show that this environmental impact assessment is probably too extensive. Some basic activities may start, and these environmental issues may be addressed later. And there was just a situation when the representative of the company said, well, we do not have this environmental impact assessment, we'll have it later. And they already started certain works without having this EIA. And they have already covered some hundreds of hectares of highland ecosystems. And for him, it was a norm.
This example, it could be a really actual precedent, but could be really dangerous because some businessmen, they will start preparation work and they could do lots of damages there. And it will upscale to the highest possible account. And also these initiatives are also really could do lots of damages and they're really dangerous because all the businesses after the cancellation will also say that their operation are really important for the economy, and they just will say that they are really important, and we have a kind of change of definitions there. So we can also speak about improvement of different procedures or about some kind of left-leaning legislation. So there is legislation about the market of wood, and there are kind of changes, edits that have been added about the cancellation of the limits on the production, and also we are speaking about water parks, about some specific projects in the high mountains. And there is a high lobbyism in terms of business that is done here, and when we can just push on some activists and do the changes that businesses need. And we need to create this joint position from different community organization, the society organization, to influence the situation. And we need to understand that such kind of activists, they don't have enough resources for that. And so I guess that's it at this point. So thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Olga how these situations with the councils, with connecting the ministries have been looked at by Western European colleagues. Are there any discussions of that? Or maybe there are any questions? And anything else that you wanted to add in this regard? Thank you. See, so actually, this kind of unification surprised Western colleagues because no one was expecting that. And of course, it's really complicated because when the big projects are being prepared in Ukraine, have been discussed in ministries with the colleagues, and when they understand that the colleagues that were coordinating these projects yesterday, they have new ministry right now, and it complicates everything. It just stops all the projects that are being planned. And of course, from the point of us as people who actually work for the protection of environment, these are risks and damages and losses. But Western colleagues, they have adapted to Ukrainian reality, and they are stress resistant because when you want to work in Ukraine, you need to be actually stress resistant, and they actually hope for better always. So if I can speak honestly, I just want to say that I am really proud of Oksana, who works with such a complex topic of windmills in Karpaty, because I can't even imagine the person who just tried to withstand against the force of business. And it's a huge sense of pride of me for Oksana, because she's doing all of that, because I'm not available for that kind of work, but I really understand what kind of psychological and emotional resource it requires. This kind of superhuman, because it's really honest. And Oksana, I'm really proud of you, and I haven't said nothing to you because I didn't know how I can say it to you. And right now we have met online through Lviv, and I just want to say to you honestly that I'm really proud of the fact that I know you, because this kind of work requires lots of extensive forces apart from just doing your job. So I have lots of hopes that Ukraine will move to the European Union, and to take into account the fact that Ukraine should show that it wants to become a part of European Union. I hope that it's the process of movement to European Union, in direction of European Union, that will force some changes in the protection of environment. These are just my hopes. Because honestly, I understand that it's really complex, it's really painful, and I understand that I actually so afraid for my pitpots, and I understand that everybody is afraid of their own thing, and we need to create these practical things that to use them. And so this war that is ongoing, we don't know how long it will be ongoing, but up till the end of our lives, we will walk with the actual aftermath of the war that is going on right now. And always there are humans for whom money are the most important thing in life. And when there is a situation like this in Ukraine, so part of actual human just take war to make as much money as they can, and lots of them just actually destroy the forests, destroy the swamps. So it's not really constructive things that I'm speaking about here right now, but I don't have any other views. I think your answer actually shows the complexity of the situation and with what we need to walk and with what we need to fight against. For example, like Oksana, and we really feel what you're saying. And I will pass the mic. Good evening to all of you. I'm the head of the natural resources of Lviv State Administration, and we'll be working on the particular pit box in our community. So what I wanted to say is that there is the biggest problem here is the ecological education and responsibility. So what actually we stand to lots of neighborhood communities when we are speaking about the creation of nature recreation fund, and lots of deputies, lots of heads of communities, they do not always understand why we need such objects of fund. Why should they be useful to them? And also to work with people, because the ecological education in schools and actually adults is not enough. So actually our generation that was studying in the 80s, 90s, the economical aspect, the ecological aspect is really hard to possess. And if we speak particularly about windmills, about different pit bogs, we didn't have everything, and we need to work on that to actually raise this ecological awareness in humans. And also, I want to ask a question about the responsibility, because the problem that we have right now when I'm working in the local self-governance body is that unfortunately the procedures was kind of nominal, and we don't have the responsibility for information that is in this procedure. So it's a big problem, and the procedure of Lviv state administration, well, it shows that there are lots of organization and lots of projects where you just copy paste thing, and we don't have even enough databases to understand with what we actually work in the community, and we want so all the information which has been worked on in the community, so it will be accessible to everyone, so that we will be able to use it, so that it will be actually filled, and that will be lots of work done. So speaking about the actual experience of communities of European Union, we have 3 projects right now. We speak about water resources, water swamp resources. So right now we have some good work that was done in Ukraine. We have some great results, and we have worked a lot even on voluntary basis on financing, and that was made possible because of different NGOs and different activists, and we also have lots of land that is in communal kind of ownership, and also private, and lots of land in Europe. They have pit box in private ownership, but it's really hard to agree with them to use them. But today in Ukraine, it's really easy to work with that, because lots of pit box are in communal ownership, and the state itself can regulate how to work with this kind of territories. So we have a lot of work on, and we need to have this general vector of movement, the general path. And right now we are just moving in different directions. All of us are moving in different directions, and it's really important right now not to give up and just to use all of the opportunities to work with our European colleagues, European partners, and we have new opportunities given to us to join other projects of European Union and also try to educate our communities and educate our staff and our local authorities what to do to protect these territories. And one of the paths that we could have is this CO2 commission, according to which we can get to some level of actually lowering the emissions. So the economical part is really important here, and we should not forget about it. Thank you very much for exchanging your experience and perspective from the point of local self-governance bodies. And we will get back to our speakers. So Petro is ready to comment on that. Okay, so it's more relevant to the tomorrow's panel, but it's really great that it was notified that we have lots of land in communal usage. So I have talked to people who were ready to deal with restoration, and there are people who are ready to give money. And the problem is to find money and to find a territory that has 10 owners at the same time, and to also deal with all of them. It will really be complex. And when you have only one owner on a really big land, it's much easier to cooperate. And we need to stop just renting of these places so that these owners could give this place for rent. For example, if we speak about pit box that were given to rent, and these people are using this piece of land for farming, and there was kind of usage of Nister River, so lots of lands there they were given just to different farmers, and right now all of the parts of such pit box were drained, and they right now are just unusable. And we have nothing to work with them because there was hundreds of owners, and we didn't come to agreement with any of them. So it's useful for Ukraine, and we have lots of projects ongoing, and we can work with them. And lots of our partners do not understand that, and they try their own approaches there, and they say that there are some owners there, and I just say to them that we have some communal ownership, and we can work with these lands firstly. Thank you very much. So I would like to get back to Ms. Oksana and to ask her to tell what is the relevant situation right now. Maybe there are some updates, your views. So we need to understand so that the community will know about it. Okay, so there is the actually building that is going on without ecological reasoning, and through the whole meadow there is a huge road for tens of kilometers. It's a completely new road that was created through the forest without any ecological agreement, and it gets to the river. So apart from this road, right now there are also some pieces of land or forest to be destroyed to create the electricity plants. So we are speaking not about the meadows, not about the mountains. We are all speaking about destruction of forest massives, of forests in the mountains that should be protected, that have their own nature functions, and they are just being segmented. Destruction in really big patches forever, so the forest won't even grow there at that piece of land. So the building is ongoing. There are some concrete pillars for the wind plants. There is also the quad process for to actually speak against the approving of such a project, this windmill park, because all this kind of procedure, this kind of planning has not gone through the actual community discussions. So right now we speak about the fact that the Bern Convention, Carpathian Convention, also Oxford Convention is also being just violated here because community didn't have the opportunity to take part in community discussions and take the part in the actual decision making. So from what is new, we can say that one of the arguments when we are speaking about the plan should not have been covered on the first point because we don't have any scheme how to actually work with the actual plant of mountains in Carpathian Mountains according to the law 12 of nature reserves. Also in the law that was also pointed out as anti-constitutional and is the law about the Uzhgorod regions. So there is a kind of discriminational norm about the alienation of this actual some houses without the right to actually speak against it in the law. So this is kind of norm that was created only for Transcarpathia and only for Uzhhorod region. So it was done only for this project. So also with this law, there was a change made to the law 12 about the law on the city building, on the urban planning. So right now, we don't need to have the scheme of planning of actual mountains, of the Carpathian Mountains. So this way, any type of village council can create the plan, even though it is the highland, and even though there could be important on the state level plans and all of the decisions made will be done just by some kind of village council. So that's what news we have. So today we are preparing the appeal. So for the first time, the court did not take any of our appeals that we had from the community and also the charitable fund of ecology of human rights. Right now we are getting ready to the second appeal in this second point.
Thank you for information. And I would like to use this platform to encourage you to follow the situation, to provide your support wherever it is needed, just for this not to become a fight of several people who are not indifferent. Now I would like to talk about another point. We have already mentioned here integration, and I would like to ask Petro and Bogdan to mention how your integration may help, for example, Natura 2000, or what may be some other solutions or decisions or steps that will enable us to just stop these distracting actions. The practice has shown that similarly to National Anti-Corruption Bureau, Special Anti-Corruption Prosecution, well, we have certain pressure of the European Union, of the European Parliament, and it may stop these bad initiatives, which are bad for Euro integration as well. The attempts to stop environmental impact assessment failed because, first of all, we had very active public activists. We usually underestimate ourselves. But when I talk to our European colleagues, so honestly, even during full-scale invasion, sometimes public activists are more efficient than our foreign colleagues without full-scale invasion. And the second point, what has helped us, the European Commission and the European Parliament clearly indicate stop making exceptions from environmental impact assessment. So here, Euro integration may really help. Currently, we do not understand whether we have UEDR regulation in effect since the 1st of January, and whether the products from soya can be sold if there were certain legislative violations were in place. And right now there is no control. And this is a sort of economic pressure on tariffs that will probably stop the access of products. So the moment the first penalty is imposed on the first batch of soya, definitely people will check their activities. So Euro integration is something that may help and really helps us protect our nature. I will get back to what Petro has already said. This UIDR regulation about deforestation has 2 points: deforestation and degradation of forests. So we have to prevent actually degradation of forests. And within forest sector, degradation of forest isn't focused. So the timber should not come from old growth forests. And well, this regulation is really important for Ukraine, not only within the context of European integration. It actually covers all the countries of the world supplying products to the EU. Until we are not members of the EU, it is important for us regarding our export to the EU, and when we become the full-fledged member, alongside other countries, we'll have to comply this regulation and we'll have to actually check the imported timber. So here, Euro integration and our trading with Europe are important. Apart from environmental impact assessment, it's also about habitat directive, also current Emerald network that has to become a Natura 2000 network. And an important issue here is that the EU can provide funding for nature protection within Natura 2000. So we are talking about reimbursement to the landowners for not giving these lands to agriculture, for not using certain lands as pastures, for not harvesting for hay. For example, if it is scientifically justified, they will have certain compensations. Definitely, probably it's not ideal option, but quite often it is very difficult to explain to landowners that this particular land plot is important for nature if financially it is not good for the landowner. Definitely protecting nature is about the values, about the value of nature, which should be protected. And in many cases, this financial compensation helps protect nature in bigger areas. So it may be helpful. But again, the situation is not that ideal in the European context as well. In different countries, there are different approaches. But if we take the general situation in the EU, there are certain deregulation initiatives. So we do not know whether this EUDR regulation will be in place in 2 months, because there are certain governmental positions and there are lobbyists representing forest businesses saying that they are against. They want it to be postponed, and this environmental policy in the European Parliament is weaker now because the lobbies of the business groups is really strong. And that means that on the one hand, we have to apply those requirements of the EU that are already available. On the other hand, where we have more severe measures than the EU, we should apply them. We should consider them to be good and to be proud of the fact that we have them. Once again, regarding old growth forests, we were the first to introduce certain restrictions, but now the EU also protects them. So now these dry forests still have less protection because in Europe they have stronger protection. So we have to follow the European example. And in Europe, lots of nature conservation measures are on restoration of nature because these natural areas have already been destroyed. What we have to do is to preserve those things where we have. Sometimes the European norms will help us. I'm talking about bird directive and habitat directive. And until Ukraine has become the full-fledged EU member, we have to rely on our public activists, on some additional tools, probably financial tools. Probably we have to deal with carbon loans, and we should not only restore certain areas, but also to preserve certain areas. And probably the communities should get money not only for restoring certain territories, but for preserving those ecosystems, certain territories as habitats for rare species of flora and fauna. So for this, they should get some financial compensation, and in this way they will understand that protecting nature is profitable for them. So they really have to fill their budget, but they have very short-term thinking, and they want to have money here and now, and they do not think what will happen to this community in some distant future. And these financial incentives for nature protection will be really useful because here we shall have combination of market mechanisms, Euro integration norms, and once again, we have to be really cautious about these things because sometimes certain nature conservation projects may be harmful. For example, when we are talking about small hydropower stations, which will be located in nature protected territories. So we have to take a targeted approach. So we have to look at the experience of European countries at the moment of EU accession, how the public activists were trying to enhance the environmental legislation, but at the same time, we have to take into account our local context. And we should understand that we should not replicate their experience because the experience of every country is unique, and we have to value our opportunities to protect nature, and we should use both Euro integration tools and our own ones available in our national legislation. Thank you very much, Bogdan. Thank you for this detailed explanation. Yes, Euro integration is not the panacea. I would like to ask our colleagues online, do you have anything to add? Yes, Anastasia, I would like to add I would like to pay attention to such aspects as scientific knowledge. Definitely, we want Ukraine to become part of Europe, and we want it to happen as soon as possible, because this is the possibility for us to get scientific knowledge we need so much. These researchers related to climate, to peatlands, and to many other things are something that is a driving agent of change. And people who work at universities are not only involved in researches, but they also lobby these processes at different levels, starting with the level of cities and finishing with Brussels. And it seems to me this is something we lack in Ukraine. And this is a big problem here in Ukraine. I don't know what we can do about it, but I think that we have somehow push and motivate people from the academic community to start doing it, because all the nature conservation issues in the European Union are lobbied by the representatives of universities. And it's really important when university professor with a scientific degree with high academic rating comes to politicians and provides his or her comments. It's totally different when, for example, the same is said by a public activist. So I do hope that on the way to European Union, the Ukrainian academia will have more and more proposals to participate in different projects and to be more active from this respect. So the more active academia will become, the more easier it will be for us to protect our nature. That's everything from me. Thank you. And this is a very important remark considering that our symposium is held here at university. Oksana, I would like to express my gratitude to Olga for raising this point. Actually, our scientists are not participating in environmental policy formation, and these are public activists who are involved in it. Currently, the situation in Ukraine is like this. The scientists do not want to participate, and my impression is that this is the position of the state. I also work at university, but actually I'm like a public activist because, for example, at the beginning of November, there will be meetings of 2 profile committees of the parliament about building hydropower stations in the Ukrainian Carpathian Highlands. I will be present there as a representative of the academic community. And I know that definitely they will not listen to me in the same way as people listen to the professors of universities in Europe. The opinion of the businessman will be more important for our politicians than the opinion of the scientist or scholar who is talking about certain scientific researches and certain scientific risks or environmental risks. Unfortunately, this is part of our political culture. And yes, we have to go through this journey of political culture formation and of attitude of politicians to the state and of attitude of politicians to the representatives of universities. Thank you. And I would like to get back to our colleagues offline. And I know that both Petro and Bogdan work with nature reserves. And I would like to ask you about the current situation here. Probably you can share some success stories or vice versa, some negative stories. Probably you can talk about certain specific communities, probably some field trips. So something you would like to share. Just to briefly characterize the situation. Well, tomorrow I will talk about it in more details during our session number 3. So, nature reserves, the situation is not very positive. We have some isolated success stories that there were favorable circumstances and the public activists initiated certain processes and used the situation to open the window of opportunities, and certain reserve territory was established. But generally, the processes are very slow, and there are some sites which suspended for several years or even decades. And for example, the forest enterprises were against the enterprise Forest of Ukraine was against establishing new reserve territories. And when we are talking about non-forest areas, even if those lands were owned by the state, and there was a chance to create those natural reserves, and there were scientific substantiation, but then this possibility was neglected. Now these lands are private, at least the majority of those lands became private, and now we try to cooperate with local communities, and we represent different public organizations. Well, we have lots of communities, but very few activists. Sometimes we are successful, sometimes not. Lots of lands are already in private ownership, and they cannot be made natural reserve. Certain lands have already been taken for development. And for example, we were present in Kharkiv region, and there are communities where they have big areas of steppe land plots. Well, these are hundreds of hectares of steppe. And this is the steppe. It was in the same condition as hundreds of years ago. You see very rare wild species, you see steppe eagles, and these are really very, very valuable areas. And the community was interested in making them a natural reserve, but now the procedure is really complicated. We do not have support of regional environmental department. And again, we have very little cooperation on the part of officials. And even if we have cooperation, our resources are restricted because we lack people. So when people are talking about cutting officials or making officials redundant, well, it's probably not about the environmental area, because we lack officials in this field, particularly those who are actively involved in protecting nature. So actually, we have to increase the number of state officials in the area of environment, but definitely these should be qualified people. Again, in order to work with natural reserves and establishment of natural reserves, we need lots of qualified people at the local, regional, and national level. And these people should listen to the scientific community and to establish natural reserves with proper management. And a couple of words to Pedro. Let him talk about his practical experience. Tomorrow we shall have a presentation of Yulia Ovchinnikova, and there will be success stories, and one will be about European Commission. And well, I mentioned one of the resolutions, and they said, Poland, we would like to have it.
We have to be systematic. We need to be motivated. With that point is we need to have the education. A great example in my career, with which I have worked 2 years ago. So I have met some two guys that were going to the actual forestry university, and these two humans just actually saved 100 hectares of forest. There is nothing actually comprehensive and really. There's nothing to be afraid of. You just need to systematically work on everything, and only the systematic work can do some results to you. And I will also speak about the tomorrow's presentation. It will be really motivating. So thank you very much to all of you. I'm sure we don't have enough time today, but I won't give the opportunity to you to have any closing remarks, but it was really interesting. It was really a multi-faceted discussion, and I want to thank Olga and Oksana who were online, and all of you who have added to the end of this presentation. Thank you very much for being here with us today. So tomorrow we will start working at 9:30 in this hall, and the hall number 2. In this hall, we'll have a session on spatial planning, and on other hall there will be the investment for net zero. So everyone who was online, also I'm inviting all of you to choose the desired track, and I'll be happy to see all of you tomorrow. And for today, we're finishing the program, and I want to thank Anastasia, who was moderating this great track, and we need to give a round of applause to her. I'll thank to all of you and see you all. Good evening. So we didn't look at the documentaries, but we will send the links to you.